How about that?
Perfect. Yeah, perfect, mate. Perfect. That's a
You
good
can see
quality
more of the
camera.
mess.
Yeah.
Well, actually, truth be told, I plugged in the Microsoft webcam that I've had for years and years, and it's supposed to be 4K, but it's a bit shit. And it didn't work. And then I realized that every time I plug my Osmo to download off the YouTube channel, it says, "Hey, do you want to be a file? Do you want to be File Explorer mode, or do you want to be webcam mode?"
Yeah.
So it's actually the DJI Osmo Action 3
Wow.
4K as a webcam. So it's going to really show up the mess in my den, really in high res. Yeah.
Well, it's all right because Zoom will only use 1080. I bought a 4K blooming Logitech webcam, and Zoom only uses 1080, sadly. But
okay.
Well, never mind.
Yeah.
Are you all right if we just crack on straight
Crack into it, yeah, straight away.
Lovely.
No worries.
Okay, right, folks, welcome back to Brewtown. Dale Lomas, how are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Busy few weeks behind me and more ahead.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're going to get into you and your life and your working life and what you do for a living and stuff. But you're still based over at the Ring, aren't you? The Nurburgring.
Yeah, moved over 2008.
So that must surely that does get quiet over the winter, I'm assuming, or do things just keep ticking on?
No, it's quiet. It's like, on the one hand, the season before the season is the season, so to speak. So by that I mean that racing season kicks off in March, so same time as the tourist season. So the time before that, you've got like 4 or 5 months to catch your breath, finish off anything you had to finish, and also get ready for the next season, which for race teams means new cars, new team, maybe new sponsors, blah blah blah. And for tourism, it probably means at the rental car business, it means new cars, building new cars. And if you're in the middle of a fleet swap, like maybe you're changing manufacturer or you've just decided to buy 6 new cars or something, it can mean that you're just flat out like sticking in roll cages and stuff like that. So, yeah. And as you know, with the tours and the motorcycling, the few months that you've got respite between the tours is like, it goes so fast.
It's
in
crazy,
November. Yeah, in November you sit there thinking, man, I want to be on my bike, it's snowing outside. And then you like look at all the tours to organize, the hotels to book, the routes to plan, and before you know it, you're packing the van again and getting ready to go.
Well, folks, this week we have a new episode sponsor. We welcome on board Conqueror's Motorcycle Apparel. If you've been watching any of the tour vids, you've more than likely seen Sam on there. Sam is the owner of Conqueror's Apparel, based down in St Leonard's. It's a great shop, stocked to the gunnels with cracking kit from all the big brands. Get yourself onto the website, which is conquerorsapparel.co.uk, or if you're down in the southeast, head down to St Leonard's and pop in. He might even make you a coffee, but watch the shelf. Either way, if you use the code, wait for it, Fisters10, yes, Fisters10, don't ask, you might even get 10% off. Massive thanks to Conqueror's Motorcycle Apparel for their support. A big shout to Ultimate Add-ons for their continued support. Ultimate Add-ons provide cases for your phones. They're dustproof, they're shockproof, they're waterproof. I've been using their kit for years now. I think 2017, something like that was when I first started using them. They're brilliant. They allow me to use my phone on just about any bike out there. There's pretty much always a way I can get the phone attached to the handlebars or somewhere on the bike, and then I can use that as my navigation. And the Ultimate Add-ons cases just mean that my phone's kept nice and safe. I've had no issues with vibration affecting the cameras. Great bits of kit. They also do action camera mounts. They'll do heated grips. They do balaclavas. They do all sorts. USB and USB-C power adapters for your bike. Loads and loads of different things there. If you head to ultimateaddons.com, you can check out everything they've got on offer there on the website. And if you use the code TeapotOne10, TeapotOne with the number 10, you'll get 10% off. Massive thanks to Ultimate Add-ons. It astonishes me how, I mean, everyone always says, don't they, that the older you get, the quicker time passes.
Yes.
But God, like you just said, when you have a business that's based, you have a window to do the tours. Effectively, really, for us, it's for my tour business, myself and Simon. You know Simon Weir, do you? Remember
I
Simon
know Simon,
Weir?
yeah. I've worked for Simon's. I've been on the same team as Simon
Gotcha.
occasionally.
Right. Well, he and I both own chicken strips now, so we do the tours together. And it's sort of April till October. That's pretty much it, really.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just April comes, and you in your mind you're aware that you've got the tours coming towards the end of the year. Before you know it, you blink, and you're September, October time, and it's like, how did that happen? The year's gone.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. So, Dale, can I pass the floor to you initially just to tell us a little bit who you are, what you do, and then we'll dig into it?
Yeah. Well, my name's Dale. I live at the Nurburgring. I moved over here 2008 because basically I fell in love with the Nurburgring and the location and the weird international medley and assortment of people that make it up. And I saw an opportunity to do something a bit different. And I'll be honest, it's quite. I would say it's almost en vogue to be vulnerable and say that male mental health is sometimes overlooked. But man, was I sick to death of who I was and sick to death of what I was doing, and a lot of things just ended up in a very negative cycle for me. So I decided to make a very clean break and jumped out of PB, jumped out of that whole thing. And I've got my reasons, and I'm happy to talk about them later. And I harbor no ill will to anybody that I was working with at the time. They probably just thought I was a flaky idiot who just disappeared. But I had my own reasons. And I jumped out to the Nurburgring and started fresh. And saw an opportunity to rent cars to tourists because so many people wanted to come to the Nurburgring. And, they're arriving in the Hertz rental. Yeah. And I'd made a little bit of pocket money on the rainy days when I couldn't test the bikes. I was flogging photos because I still am a hobbyist photographer. And I love photography, and I like having, the beginner, amateur, semi-pro kit, and I love taking photos. So I was taking photos of tourists and vlogging it, track day photography style. And one day I got a phone call off an agency, and I thought, oh, cool, what do they want? Am I going to be photographing a secret spy car? Am I going to be doing a sports car? No, they just wanted to buy the photos of every, who was it? 60 rentals. They want to buy every 60 rental I could spot. And for people who don't know how Germany works, the number plates are always by town. So if you see like a plain white BMW 3 Series and it's on like HH number plates back in those days, 2006, 2007, you could basically say, boom, that's a Hertz rental. That's come out the airport. Right. And of course, you're not allowed to drive rental cars around racetracks, are you? But it was the only thing that you could do. If you flew in from America or Japan or South Africa or Australia to drive the famous Nurburgring, what are you going to do? You're going to buy a car in Germany and sell it again after the weekend? Of course you're not. You can't do that. So, we kind of like just stumbled across this market for supplying race-prepared cars to people who wants to visit the Nurburgring. And boom, 2008, January 2008. I think my last article for PB was October 07. And it was the first time I got back on the bike after I broke my back. Like January 2008, went down the town hall in Germany, signed my life away, said I have no more assets in the UK. Here's all the money I have in the world. It's in my German bank account. I want to be German. And boom, that was it. 2008, started renting cars at the Nurburgring. And only just stopped renting cars at the Nurburgring this summer.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wow. So was this wasn't the ring taxi thing, was it? This is just rent the car to the punter.
That was the ring taxi thing is a whole kind of organic flow of me discovering I wasn't a shit racing car driver. It turned out I wasn't that bad. Which you ask any of my colleagues back at EMAP how good a car driver I was. And man, you'll get some stories. I once stacked my 400 horsepower Nissan drift car at about 3 a.m. in the morning on the roundabout outside work. I ripped the entire rear subframe off, differential and all.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and had to drag the car back into the staff car park, where I parked it in such a fashion that it was kind of it was obvious that something wasn't right, because it was in a corner that was never used and covered in moss. But also you couldn't see exactly what was wrong, because I kind of like put the diff and the wheels and the axles under the car, and we dropped the car onto the axles, and it kind of looked like it was just parked like a normal car. But in reality, it was two pieces of car and many small pieces of car. So, yeah.
And did you get away with this?
Yeah, I did actually. I did, yeah. People were like,
now.
What's wrong with your car? It's got a clunky noise. I'm going to get it looked at. I'm going to have it picked up by a mate later this week.
It's got a clunky noise.
It's got a clunky noise, yeah. The driving wheels are not connected to the engine in any shape, way, or form, They're Bluetooth wheels.
Right, so obviously, Dale, you're fairly handy with cars and bikes, and you've had the journalist background. So how did all that start? How did it all come about? Were you a biker to begin with and then cars, or was it cars and then bikes?
100% biker. I went through the first 5 years of my car racing career telling people, listen, I race bikes, so this shit's easy.
You got four wheels. I'm used to two.
Exactly. So how to start riding bikes? Let's start right at the beginning. My mum and my dad both had motorbikes. My stepdad had motorbikes. Motorbikes were in our family. Like, from me being old enough to say motorcycle, I would see a motorcycle. My mum used to motorcycle to work. She had a CX500. We used to call it the Mighty Maggot. She had a Kawasaki H2. My dad's had an incredible variety of motorcycles. He's never hardly been without a motorcycle for more than a year. And that was just right in the middle of, kids. Mm-hmm. And then ever since, the kids have left, it's been multiple bikes from my dad. And they all started young as well. But that was back in the day when you could go up to the Blackamoor, as it was, the pub at the top of the hill, and they used to have a few pints and then ride home again.
Yeah.
They've all got like bits of skin missing and funny textures on the legs, because those were the days in the 70s, eh? I mean, my mum had a Kawasaki 250 triple was her pride and joy. I think she had that new from the dealers. Mm-hmm. And I've got photos of all this. If you need it, I'll fling them over. But they're all looking very cool. They've got the bell bottoms on, they've got the big hair, they've got the pint of bitter, Stones bitter, and there's like, and this is, by the way, this is like Kenny was a big family friend of ours. He was friends with my dad, friends with my stepdad, friends with my mum, and Kenny was actually James Tosland's dad.
Wow.
It was that little circle of people. I almost want to say dysfunctional motorcycle characters.
Passionate
we'll
bikers.
Call them passionate bikers. And they all used to like blitz over to Cadwell on a Sunday, and my stepdad had a CBX 1000. I remember Egg, one of them. He had a CBX 1000 as well. There was some legendary crashes in that group. So I grew up as a young teenager listening to Steve talk about that time that he had a fly on his visor, and it turned out to be a new roundabout that they built on the bypass. And then my dad like joking, like, you were eating through a tube for 6 months. We thought we'd lost you. And I just grew up thinking that kind of talk was
normal,
reasonably normal stuff. People ride bikes. Everybody rides bikes. We go to see club racing at the weekend, etc., etc. So grew up with a heavy love of motorcycles. And when I was 17, got myself a Suzuki 125 with the help of my dad, and proceeded to knock the baffles out with a screwdriver. Cue my dad going to the Suzuki dealer to say, "Hey, the baffles have fell out. We want some sort of warranty on this." And then I'd just do the same thing again the next week. So I wanted a loud bike. I was 17 and an idiot. I mean, obviously, I'm not 17 now, but I'll let you decide about the idiot bit.
You're still knocking baffles out. Yeah. We're also supported by the Influencer Store. I'll read out their blurb. The Influencer Store helps you build your brand, big or small, providing you with a solution and apparel. We help you to increase your fan base while supporting you with starting your own influencer clothing line with nothing more than just an idea or design, and there are no hidden costs. For more info, come check us out at theinfluencerstore.co.uk or drop us an email at online@influencerstore.co.uk for more information. Now, I've been using the Influencer Store to handle all my merch pretty much for the last 4 years now. If you head to my website, TeapotOne.com, if you go to the store there, the shop where all the merch is, that's all handled by the Influencer Store. And if you buy anything from there, you're also helping me out and helping to support the podcast. So a massive thanks to them. Lastly, a huge shout out to each one of you, everyone that's listening to the podcast, everyone that watches on YouTube, everyone that watches the normal vids over on the TeapotOne channel. Just by watching the vids, by giving it a little thumbs up, sharing, commenting, things like that, you really do help the channel out. You help to boost it up in the algorithm. If you share it amongst your friends, that is a massive win. That's a huge win at the moment. So if you could do that, I'd really appreciate it. If you're listening to the podcast on your favorite podcast platform, if it's something like Apple or Spotify, a couple of other ones, you're actually able now to rate the podcast, whether that's leaving like a 5-star review or a thumbs up or commenting or leaving a comment on each episode. All these things really do help to boost the podcast up in the rankings. So if you could do that, it would be greatly appreciated. And to every single one of you over in the clan, patreon.com/TeapotOne, I literally couldn't do this without all your support. So a huge thank you from me. Right, let's get back to the podcast.
So 17 riding bikes, and then education and career took me towards university where I studied computer sciences. But fortunately or unfortunately for me, about 2.5 years in, so halfway through my work placement as a Bachelor of Computer Sciences, I saw an advert in Motorcycle News that said, "We need you." And I was into the internet at the time. I was making forums. You know, these are the years that Visor Down was fermenting, and I would have been 19, going on 20, and I was like, cool, that sounds good. You know, massive PB fan. Had my subscription to PB all the way back to the first time Simon Hargreaves was editor, which dates it. Sorry, Si. So I loved the whole Gus and Ronnie side act and Trev and John Robinson's technical articles. So I was like, wow, I could go join EMAP, I could go join MCN. Sounds good to me. So I stuck together, and little did I know how important this was at the time. But I was like, the way to express myself wasn't to write a CV and a covering letter. I wrote a covering letter, but I thought I'll just bash a A3 page together with all the things that I've done on motorcycling and all the things I want to do on motorcycles that'll show my creativity and passion for writing and passion for telling the story. But I'll do it using digital format. So it's desktop publishing, it was called back then, DTP, desktop publishing. So I threw something together in one of the Adobe packages. I can't remember what it was at the time. And printed it out and hand delivered it. Rode up in the snow on my Bros 400. I said, "Hello, can I speak to the editor, please?" And they were like, "What for?" I'm like, "So I handed my job application because it's the coolest job ever."
I'm your new employee.
And there was one other guy as highly motivated and as dumb as I was, and that was John Urry.
Right.
So the funny thing was, and I don't know how much of this was bullshit at the time and how much wasn't. The funniest part of that was John Urry and me were down to the final two, and John had his dreadlocks at the time, and he was like student union president at like Exeter or somewhere down southwest where he was in uni, and he was like proper student material, but funny as hell. Obviously a gifted writer. And Rob said, he sat us down in the room and he said, "Right, well, I've decided that we've only got enough money for one of you, but I can't decide which one to keep. So do you want to just settle it between yourselves?"
All right.
And so this weird conversation, I can't remember much about it, so I was heavily stressed at the time, and like seeing this opportunity slip away. But ultimately, Rob McDonald was his name, is the editor. Rob McDonald was like, okay, well, look, I'll just pay you half each. And we agreed to a ridiculously low wage, which
they did you.
Even at the time was like pretty bad.
Yeah.
And we both started as junior reporters at MCN on the same week. So moved into a B&B that the comic paid for and started as junior reporters. I mean, we got like hefty pay rises within the first year and a bit. I remember the first pay rise I got was like several £1,000s to bring us back up on par.
Wow.
But yeah, they kept both of us. They said they needed one position. They filled two. Whether that was bullshit about the low wage, just to see how desperate we were, I don't know. But head and tails of it was John and me joined, and John didn't leave EMAP till TWO, and I didn't leave MCN till PB product editor job came up.
Wow.
Yeah.
So where did this love of like journalism, of writing, where did that come from? Have you always had that?
I think it came from, for me, and it's going to sound a bit daft maybe to some of the readership, but some others will get it, I think. It was the internet. It was books. So I grew up a big reader, always heavy into my sci-fi, fantasy, and magazines, like Road and Track magazine for cars, PB for bikes. I used to buy every single thing I could. And this is another thing. My dad was working at WH Smith's at the time, and he was like a circulation guy. So he's working out like how many magazines go to which shop, and he was heavily involved in computerization of that. And what that means is you get something called voucher copies, and that in a nutshell is free magazines. Free magazines, because what they did is they said, okay, this magazine didn't sell. It was on the shelf all month and it didn't sell. And rather than ship back tons of paper back to the publishers, because a lot of these magazines, most of them are sale or return, they used to just cut the masthead off. And they go, right, here we go. You got like an envelope full of 40 mastheads for PB magazine. These are the ones that didn't sell, and the rest are just getting pulped. So the magazines would go to be pulped. The publishers would get the mastheads back, and they'd say, okay, we'll credit you for 40 unsold this month. But what was actually happening was I was going head first, ankles out of the skip, going, whoa, look at this, Viz magazine, PB, Superbike, boom. So I was like a voracious reader as a kid growing up. I had access to loads of magazines and stuff. And when I was a young adult, and I was like 16, I had a summer job at one of the John Menzies distribution places. So I was packing boxes, like pallets and pallets of magazines had come in. And looking back at it, each pallet was like a ton. And they used to drop off pallets behind me, and I'd be like, 3 copies into this, 10 copies into that, 12 copies into this. And you got these big boxes rolling past you, dunk, 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 6 boxes wide going round in a big band. And you'd be throwing magazines in each box, and they're going off to Sheffield, they're going off to Dinnington, they're going off to Conisbrough. And and at the end, there's all these scrap magazines that are coming back that are just going to go into the pulper. So you're just like, cool, I'm gonna have that. And then after that came the internet, of course. Like in 1996, I was 16. I'm a child of 1980. So by the time Netscape Navigator was up and people were writing websites and reading websites, man, I was a reader. I was an aspiring writer. So I was writing web pages. I made web pages using Microsoft Front Page. And I remember all my friends and local businesses were astounded. And I actually bought my first motorcycle using money. My first brand new motorcycle, I bought it using a lot of the money had been raised by selling websites to local companies. Yeah, just put on my smartest shirt and tie and went, you need a website. I can register that. And then charge them at the time I used to think £500 was a ridiculously a ridiculous fee for a website, because it only takes me an evening to do one. Yeah. So if I charge £500 for it, I feel like I'm robbing them. And I did a few websites, I think for pretty decent sized companies, and bought a Yamaha Phase 600. But anyway, I think that's the late 90s basically summed up, and I ended it at MCN, and I had already owned several bikes. I was still technically a teenager, and I knew how to publish to the internet. I knew how to run a forum. I knew I could do a bit of scripting. We were just starting motorcyclenews.com. which I'm sure Rob had in his head, was like, here comes motorcyclenews.com in the year 2000. I'm sure the publishers were talking about that a long time before they did it. And, here are these kids who can write, they've got a passion for motorcycles and magazines, and oh, wow, this one's a bit of a nerd. So, yeah, there you go. So that's how I landed a very, very lucky job. That was very cool.
Yeah, I've had a couple of you journos on here, and whenever anyone, like I had Jane Amorogby, had her on. She was on, was it last week or the week before? And like Jane's prime example, when she starts talking about, back in the day being a bike journalist, everybody, even Simon's the same, the eyes mist over, and it's like they're talking about a long lost love, and they were just like, that was such a good life.
I'm sure everybody's already said it, but it was a good life. We didn't know what we had at the time. Everybody always says, how do you identify the good old days? How do you still know when you're still in them? I mean, the reality is you're always in them, and you need to treat every minute of life like it's precious, because this will be the good old days. The next time you're facing a black wall with a black dog following you, and you feel like your whole life's falling apart, you'll look back at any time you were happy and say, well, that was brilliant. But I have to say, objectively, we used to throw magazines together with budgets that I can't even imagine now. They're so big. I mean, we used to sell so many ads in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. By the time we got to the early 2000s, ad revenue was starting to be impacted by web advertising and web revenues. So it got a bit desperate. And my time, I was in journalism for 10 years nearly, and my time was characterized by the death of print. And unfortunately for me, I was working at a company that was, and I'll say it to this day, and I'm not even sorry to the publishers involved, but they were ultimately incredibly short-sighted, and they had a very, very flawed strategy, in my opinion. They put all their eggs into the motorcyclenews.com basket. I got it in the neck because I started the performancebikes.co.uk website, and my editor at the time was like, let's just do it. Then before you know it, the publisher's coming in, what's this? You've registered a website, you can't do that. We had I remember I had 40,000 registered users in a forum for PB.
Jeez.
I had 40,000 emails and people that were actually real people. This is the time way before the bots and the spam.
Yeah. All engaged with it. Yeah.
All engaged, reading the forum. You'd have threads that were like mega threads, would be 25 to 50 pages. And, my publisher was like, just delete it.
Yeah. Oh, what?
It's not compatible. It's not compatible. You've got to put everything into motorcyclenews.com. It's like PB readers don't want to read MCN. Sorry, it's just the way it is,
Yeah.
And when I left, it continued a bit. Johnny Mack took it over, and he turned it to Evo. But I dropped off the radar. I was completely done with it by then. I'd smashed myself up on a bike. I was very, what's the word? I guess almost self-destructive, because I had the best way to describe it. This isn't perfect by any means. Was I kind of fell out with myself, if that makes any sense at all, because PB I'd painted myself because I didn't understand what I was doing, and I was a bit of an idiot, and I was very emotionally immature, and also I hadn't had a proper real job, because my only real jobs were summer jobs where I was just manual laboring.
Yeah.
And then the first real job that I had, where I had office politics and promises to keep and deadlines to meet, and I just jumped into the biggest, most powerful publication in motorcycling. We were doing nearly 250,000 circulation at Motorcycle News in the late 90s, and the only magazine that was bigger was Motorrad in Germany. So we would get the most ridiculous opportunities and just take them for granted, because of course the manufacturers are going to offer us a first ride in Japan tomorrow. Of course they are. We're the biggest magazine in the world. We're published every Wednesday, and we're selling 200,000 copies. And the only one that was bigger was Motorrad. I mean, I can give you examples of like how, what's the word? How little respect was shown to manufacturers at the time. like, take me for right. So here we go. You shared a photo of me on Instagram of me jumping off a dune on a KTM 950.
Yeah.
That was without any false gravitas. That was the defining motorcycle of KTM. And later, when you look back at it from 25 years forward, when we look back at that moment, we say, "Holy shit, that was a V-twin LC8 powered KTM." It defined their next family of bikes, their sports bikes, their road bikes, their enduro bikes. Yeah. Everything comes back to the moment that they were like, we are going to be one of the premier manufacturers. We're not just going to make dirt bikes. We're going to be one of the premier motorcycle manufacturers. We're going to lead from the front in electronics, in technology, in bike genres. They're going to create genres. They created a genuinely off-road capable large CC adventure bike. So what does MCN do? They send me, Cub reporter, who's done a bit of green laning, and I am next to Alan Cathcart, legend of motorcycle journalism, as one of 3 journalists worldwide chosen to ride the KTM 950 Dakar bike through a Dakar stage in Morocco or Tunisia. Can't remember. It was one of those countries. It was hot and sandy. And I was at the time, thinking, well, this is great. Good for me. I'm off. Didn't think about the consequences of that at all, and didn't even notice because KTM was super nice and they were just grateful for all the coverage they could get. But looking back at it, I'm like, is that all MCN could muster? The Cub reporter who was like, I can ride a bit off-road. I've gone around the GP track at, Finningley, the motocross GP track. I could probably ride. I mean, I can ride in sand there, so I could probably ride through the desert, right? I look back at that and I'm like, horrified. What an idiot to send out on such an important trip for an important bike. I mean, at the time, maybe the editor thought, this won't stick. It's just a V-twin KTM. What a daft idea. I don't know. But like I said, it was one of 3 journalists who rode it from all around the world. We had a full 2 days riding through the dunes. We were taken to the Salt Lake where Nanny Roma was tasked with riding around an average speed of 160 kilometers per hour, only stopping to refill his camelback. Wow. Just the ultimate endurance testing. What we're going to do with it? We're just going to cane it around the salt bed at 40 degrees Celsius. Wild stuff, man. Wild stuff. And, MCN back in those days, speak to any of the lads there. I mean, like Potsky was road tester at the time. Chris Mossy was wild. Mossy was a wild. He's been on
here. Oh my God, yeah.
Wow.
7.5 hours he was on here for.
And you had only touched the tip of the iceberg.
I know. He's been on twice now.
My defining memory of Mossy was in Eyeside in a V&M R1. It had been unloaded from the van. It was freezing cold. We had this horrible car park with a slope going up the side. And Mossy high-sided it coming out of the junction onto the road. It was a brand new V&M TT replica. And he was like, why, man? I don't know where the fucking back end just went. which was a Mossyism, by the way. The back end just went. Everybody, anytime he crashed, it didn't matter what he actually said because everybody would repeat it as the back end just went. That's what he said. Yeah. And this became gospel, Anytime he crashed, it was back end just went. But,
he managed to crash the Niken as well, didn't he? The Yamaha Niken.
Oh, that was after my time, but
he said, he had to work really hard to crash that, he said, but he managed.
I believe it. Like I said, wild times, man. We didn't know what we had at the time, but we knew it by the time I got to PB, the numbers were tanking, the lines on the graph were going down and the publishers were panicking and the ad guys, like Johnny Mack was our ad guy before he became editorial, and they had their work cut out for them because the magazines were dying. The public, the circulation was hemorrhaging. It didn't matter what you did. Like TWO came out, and they were very fresh editorially, and they fought the good fight longer than most people thought they would. And Superbike had a couple of turnarounds. Fast Bikes had a turnaround. We didn't. I think PB got rolled up into... What did PB get rolled up into? Motorcycle Mechanics.
Yeah, there was a couple, wasn't there? There was they amalgamated, Do you think was that because of the rise of YouTube, or was it already starting to?
It was already starting with the forums. I remember having editorial meetings and publishing meetings, and I was like, forums will be the death of us. Social media will be the death of us.
Yeah.
I remember signing up to Facebook very distinctly because our photographer, studio assistant, the manager of the studio and the photo archive, little Jimmy Doherty at the time, he's not so little now, but Jimmy was on Facebook and he was talking about, all the women he could meet on it. And I signed up to Facebook and I was like, oh, wow, Facebook was immediately gatekeeping and they were trying to keep people onto facebook.com. They were trying to keep them in there. And already, we had a digital strategy. We had motorcyclenews.com at where we were. And everything that we did that was going to go digital was supposed to go on motorcyclenews.com. And already I could see the next obstacle coming over the horizon was going to be social media, which would then gatekeep the content that we were publishing and hopefully getting some advertising money online. And we were seeing ad sales growing up for digital. But already here comes the social media, here comes the Facebook, here comes YouTube. So I made a YouTube channel when I was still road test editor at PB. Mike had gone to Bike Magazine. I was de facto road test editor and had the business cards. And I was like, cool, this is it. This is what I always wanted to be, road test editor at PB. But the fact is we'd gone from selling 60, 70,000 mags down to struggling to sell 30,000. The ad sales were being eroded by digital. And every time I tried to make anything to do with our website, publishers were saying, no, it's motorcyclenews.com and you got to go to those guys and they'll make a video about it and they'll do a web story about it. And I'm like, this is PB. I want to say tits and ass. I want to make big jokes.
Yeah.
And you can't do that on motorcyclenews.com. So we were like, I could see the writing on the wall personally. So I started my own YouTube channel, just publishing stuff of what I did. And it was just shot with terrible digital cameras that was 640 by 480. And I think I got my first SVGA camera SVGA was 640 by 480. I actually started with less than that. And it was the Wild West. The digital was full Wild West at that point. I mean, I actually started, my first videos were on Google Videos. So it was before YouTube.
Bloody hell. I don't even remember Google Video.
There you go. It was video.google.com. And I had million view videos on google.video.com.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Like just random stuff like Suzuki flew us down to ride the GSXR in Melbourne. So I had my little digital camcorder, like solid state, wrote to an SD card. And I walked onto the Air Dubai Emirates, and they're flying us business class down there because, of course, they are, because these were the days.
Yeah.
And so we're flying business class down to Melbourne, and I'm filming my slidey door, my bed, my TV, the food that I'm eating, and I think that was like over 1 million views on Google. Yeah, and then I was like doing onboard laps from the Nurburgring in 04, I think 05, and. I mean, when I first uploaded video laps, there was no way to do it. I had to FTP movie files at 100 megs each to my server that I paid for and then give people the link to download the video and they could watch it on their own TV. And they'd be like spending all day to download the 100 megs.
Yeah, I remember dial-up. Remember that? Oh, yeah. My internet here is not much quicker, to be honest.
Yeah, so that whole digital thing turned out it was the wave of the future. And, we weren't wrong. None of us were wrong. This would be the wave of the future. But it took them a long time to figure that out.
I've got the original I've got the GoPros. I was basically a GoPro fiend from 1 to, I think it was 5. Then I took 6 off. I got 7. I missed 8. Then I got 9, 10, 11, 12. And now I've got the 13. So, and I remember the ones, I think they were 640, or they might have just gone 720.
They were 1024 by 768 was the first ones, which was like, that was HD. That was at the time, that was high definition. And the first GoPro that I came across was a racer from California, and he was on the same gig as me. This is cars. And he was like, I've got this skate camera. He kept calling it a skate camera. It's a skating camera. And we were like, cool, look at this. You can fix it to a car door with a sucker. You can fix it like on top of the car. And we were making videos with that. And I was like, this is pretty cool, because up until that point, I'd had Panasonic handy cams that had like a battery and an SD card, and they were quite expensive, and they weren't very good. And their resolution was like, I think they were about 480 lines high, so they were pretty blocky. Yeah.
Kids these days don't know, they're born, man. You get your phone now and it's blooming 4K.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. So when did the shift to cars happen then?
So I was always into the computer games. I was always into cars. I had a poster on my wall of Rough Yellowbird, and it started for me with computer games, which was specifically, there was a passion project by some students called Live for Speed, and it was and it's still running to this day. That's how much of a passion project it is. And it was, at the time, it was an unparalleled simulator for car handling with a realistic tire model, and a guy called Scawen Roberts coded that, and I was playing it on my PC at home, early 2000s, and I got my car license because I had to drive a van at PB. I had to drive a van to take the bikes to test locations, because up until that point I'd only ever had a motorcycle license. And I think within like 6 months of me getting a car license and driving the van around, I'd been caught doing drifts in the Sprinters, because you used to pull the ASR fuse and then you could do drifts in them. And I was doing a lot of stuff up at Brunters. I was doing performance testing of the bikes. So occasionally I'd engineer it that I could leave my car at Brunters, so the logistics would work out that my car was at Brunters. And if I got up to the track and it was wet, I'd just go around it in my car until there was a dry line. I think we even used to call it, especially like Paul and me, we used to call it, we'll go make a dry line in the car. And Paul always had we always had good deals on MGs. So we had like MG ZR 160 hot hatches as the photographer's car. Because we needed a fast car to do the tracking shots. I think it's pretty obvious, right? We needed a fast car. And so I learned to drive on track without anybody telling me how to do it. I was just trying to figure it out from the simulator racing and from driving around this test track whenever I could. And I bought an MX-5. It was my first rear-wheel drive car. And by the time I was doing the testing at the Nurburgring, I think about halfway through 1 year, I bamboozled one of our photographers, Andy Tipping, who's a big max power photographer. And I'd been doing freelance within the company. I'd been doing freelance for the car mags because I just had a passion for it. And he actually dropped off my MX-5 track day car at the ring. So then I had my car there, and the ring is 50% wet. So I did loads of laps of the ring in my MX-5. And one day I was pootling along as I did, which is basically flat out sideways with my Chinese tires on, got no money, and my EBC brake pads. And some guy was like picking a bone with me in the car park. I don't know who you think you are. You overtook me. It was like a real cliche moment. Who do you think you are? Why do you overtake me? And I'm like, well, who are you? I'm a professional racing car driver. I'm like, you're a professional racing car driver? Well, this sounds interesting. I guess I could be a professional racing car driver. And long story short, he offered to teach me what he knew. And it turned out he knew quite a lot. It turns out he was a very, very, very experienced guy, and he'd raced around the world. And when I decided that I'd had enough of motorbikes professionally and the passion to do it professionally had gone, I had that opportunity to join Ron at the Nurburgring, and that's how we started RSR Nurburg, which was turned into the biggest rental car company at the Nurburgring. So I think I was like chief instructor on year 2.
Jeez.
It was a title I gave myself because it was the Wild West.
Because there were 2 instructors.
Because there were 2 instructors, and Ron was definitely the director because he owned the company. So clearly, I could be chief instructor.
So where did the love of the ring come from? Dave?
Well,
so the Nurburgring, like where did that come from? Because for me, like me personally, I'm like 4 years older than you, and the ring was just sort of like, it was like this mysterious thing that you heard of, but like it wasn't until I got older, quite a bit older, where I actually ventured there. I've only ever done 2 laps of the bloody place.
So my first lap, I was 19.
Jesus.
And it was purely random. And I was on my brand new Yamaha Phaser 600.
Yeah.
And my dad was on his Blackbird, And I'd said, I've got the week. My dad was like still working, obviously, and he had quite an important job. He was down in London, and I was a sweaty student living in student digs, and I had a load of time off. So I was like, I'm going to Europe, and I like literally put 500 quid in my pocket and my stupid HSBC student card that obviously doesn't work anywhere. So I only had 500 quid, and I just said, well, I'm off to Europe. I'm going to go to the Alps on my bike. So, of course, I wore leathers and knee sliders everywhere at this point because,
that's what you did.
Motrack Sparky knee sliders because you got to make sure people are watching you. Doing my shit wheelies in first gear off the power. And I took my phaser over on the tunnel, started buggering around, thought, I'll go to the Black Forest. On the way to the Black Forest, I see a road sign. It says Nurburgring. I'm like, Nurburgring? I've played that on one of my computer games. I think it would have been Grand Prix Legends by Papyrus Software.
Computers seem to have taught you a lot, Dale. I should have played a lot more computers, I think.
So I saw the sign and I'm like, I've got vague recollections that it's a public road and that you can drive it. So I turn up, happen chance, it's open. Buy a lap. Fucking nearly die about 20 times on lap one. I had no idea what I was doing. By this point, I had done track days on my motorbike. I'd even done some club racing.
Yeah.
But I was not prepared for the Nurburgring. Not prepared at all because it just instantly, I think it took the exact same pathways as crack cocaine and heroin.
Yeah.
It went straight to the pleasure center, fixed me up with dopamine and said, you shall never forget this high. You will go through the rest of your life trying to replicate this high. And that's pretty much what I did. I spunked the entire budget for the holiday there.
On laps.
Yeah. And my dad came out and we went to the Alps and we came back and I'm like, because obviously my dad arrived with his wallet, which is great because my wallet was empty. And then we went to the Alps, we came back and I'm like, we've got to go to the ring. I've got to show you the ring. And my dad did one lap with me and he's like, nah. But I'd met a load of people there. I'd met a lovely guy called Robin Helby, who was an instructor there. He was traveling over in his van. He had what's the nerve called? Not the ulnar. There's a nerve somewhere up here, like a big radial kind of nerve that controls your left arm. And he had a withered arm, but his hand still worked. Mm-hmm. So he could move his fingers. And he rode a VFR 400 and he absolutely dusted me. And I was like, how's this weird old man who's essentially riding one-armed? How is he dusting me, a fit, able person on a 600 who's, club raced at Cadwell Park? Mm-hmm. How is this guy dusting me? And that was really what triggered the desire to really learn the track and be as confident and competent as the instructors were there. And of course, 20.8 kilometers, 13 miles. You can't learn it in a day. You think you get to it about 100 laps in and then you crash like badly and you go, okay, maybe I didn't really learn it. And all the time I was working at MCN and then I was working at PB and I was trying to learn the Nurburgring with 2 or 3 visits a year. And one of the guys that I'd met, he died on it. He did lap 99 and crashed on it. And his entire online presence was his own website, Torrent was his name. And he would go home and upload 100 megabyte QuickTime videos. Yeah. And you could download his lap 97, his lap 48, his lap 32, and they were getting faster and faster. And he just, Jorrand Syme, not Torrent, Jorrand. And he bloody lost the front at Mini Carousel and stacked it and the bike landed on him and he died.
Oh.
And I don't know. It's a weird thing, It's a weird thing. I was like more obsessed than ever to try and really understand it and master it. And fast forward very, very quickly, and I was effective road test editor at Performance Bikes. I'd put forward the whole concept to the PB test track, which was Bruntingthorpe. And I was like, let's take PB test track to the next level. Let's take every bike around the Nurburgring and do a whole year where we test every bike with a lap time at the Nurburgring. And, well, damn, if my editor wasn't stupid enough to say, yes, Dale should go live in Germany for a year on the company ticket. So I just used to drive the van back, tip out all the bikes from the manufacturers, grab the new bikes, and go back to the Nurburgring, where I would spend 2 weeks attempting to get, if it was 4 bikes to test, I would attempt to get 4 dry perfect laps. which meant going up to the track every night, going to the track all weekend, and just trying to get those laps and get that thing. And we had onboard video going, but I couldn't post it because there was drama between motorcyclenews.com and PB. We used to put like links in the paper, in the magazine, and say, hey, go to the forum and you can see this onboard video. And that was way ahead of its time, I have to say. But nobody outside of our PB team got it. They just thought we were trying to rob motorcyclenews.com. We were trying to eat their dinner,
Yeah.
We weren't. We were trying to fight for keeping the spirit of PB alive, essentially, which was a good fight, but noble, but ultimately doomed because people were getting older and people were riding adventure bikes. But that's a whole different conversation, of course. So,
no doubt one that we'll tackle later in the conversation. I think, because it's a fact of biking these days. Yeah. Not just in the UK, is it? I think it's global. In all developed world. That is part of biking now. Yeah, we're all getting older.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Nurburgring, you nailed that really with what you said about it. It is like the crack cocaine, isn't it? And it's weird because it either grabs you
or you never go back.
It puts the fear of death into you. The only time I've done laps of the ring, I went with a group of mates. We were on a tour, starting a tour of the Black Forest. And there was me and my mate Jimbo were quite a bit quicker than the rest of the boys. So we sort of said, right, Jimbo and I'll go out. We'll do a lap. And then the other lads, they'll go out just so like we're not holding back for them and they're not trying to push and catch us. We were like, this is the first day of the tour, second day of the tour. We've got a week ahead of us. Let's just take it easy. So that was it. I went in behind my mate Jimbo, and he was like an amateur racer right at the very start of his sort of racing. But he was quick on the road. And I'll just never forget, we paid our money, we went through the barriers, pulled over at the side to put all money away and everything like that. And then we pulled away thinking nice and steady. And this, I think he was German. Like a bloke came by us on a Jigsaw on the back wheel. And I just watched my mate Jimbo. He was on an R6. And I just watched him. He shook his
body
head.
language.
Yeah. And he tightened right up, ducked behind the screen, and off he went. And I remember just thinking, I'm on my Jigsaw. I remember just thinking, I either try and keep with him and use him as a guide as to what the hell I need to do here, or he's gone and then I'm just going to have to do this myself. So I was like, right, I'll try and keep hold of him. And we did a lap, and the pair of us were like giggling schoolgirls at the end of it. And we're like, let's do another one. So we did another one, and then that was it. Done. They shut it. They there was an accident and they shut the ring. It was like, oh. But the rest of the boys, they did the lap and they were like, I've done it, I've ticked it, I'll never do that again.
When I was massively into it, I took my best mate at the time over and said, come with me. And he was also, club racer and really fast on the road, and we're getting our knees down on every roundabout and blah, blah, blah. And I thought for sure he's gonna pick up this passion as well, and we're going to be doing 8-minute laps together. And he did one lap and said, this for a game, soldiers? Are you mental? This is ridiculous. This is like going to Cadwell Park with grease on your tires. This is not fun. This is dumb. And I'm like, I can't believe that you're saying these things to me. This is my passion. This is the best place on earth. But ultimately, the truth is, my mate was right, and he still is right. I'm not taking that away from him. The Nurburgring is incredibly dangerous, and even though I did a shitload of laps last weekend, I cannot defend it. I cannot defend it in any shape, way, or form. The story that you tell me, if you don't mind me dissecting it, that is something that I've done about 25,000 laps in tourism far, and then I've picked people up off the road. I've been there when people have died. I've been there when the helicopter's gone away empty. And what you told me there, the guy comes past you on the Jigsaw. You guys took him behind him and follow him. That means that he was also learning the track and didn't really know his way around.
Yeah,
and
probably.
One of the big accidents that happens is when somebody who almost knows their way around picks up a couple of stragglers, people who are on their first lap. Because I can tell you, because I've took like genuine like Isle of Man TT replica riders around there. Even if you're an absolute natural, even if you're Valentino Rossi's love child, you are not going to go fast on your first lap. I have took round, I'm not going to name and shame people, but I mean, I think it's pretty public that Guy Martin's been around me a few times. So we'll say Guy. Guy was like over 8 minutes for the first few laps. There's no two ways about it. And Guy is a talented rider, But, we dragged him down to a better pace purely because, just like the Isle of Man, the only way to learn it is to ride it.
Yeah.
You can walk around it, you can drive around it, and you can recognize the landmarks. You can build up your mental map, but you won't get the speeds and the entries and the gears until you've ridden it. And that just takes time. That just takes experience. Nobody's going to enter the Max Grand Prix and set a TT lap record. They're going to set a TT lap record when they get to the TT, when they've qualified for the TT, when they've already done quite a few laps. And while I don't think the Nurburgring is on the same level of challenge as the Isle of Man, I think it provides a good comparable thing. And what I want to say was that, that dude that dragged you was your typical worst case biker crash. And I am a biker. I was born a biker practically, and I will always be a biker. And I'm the guy who's driving the race car. Said, yeah, well, actually, listen, I race bikes. That's me. And I would still say that is a typical biker crash. I would come round in the taxi and see 3 bikes in the wall and hear later that 2 of them died. And it was because the guy in front looks in the mirrors, says, wow, I've got 2 guys behind me. I need to try harder. But he was already near his limit. So now he's over his limit. The 2 guys behind are over their limit and they're following him. And before you know it, 3 guys are in the wall because the sad truth of the Nurburgring is that most people crash on their own, but even if you don't crash on your own, there are so many external factors that can make you crash. Change of weather, oil, water, grass, sand, gravel. These are all reasons to crash. I mean, I've done the hat trick. I've crashed from my own stupidity. I've crashed on other people's water, and I've crashed on oil. And you see the oil, you'll smell it sometimes, but the water is tough. The coolant water can be tough. Like in the UK, it's very normal in motorsport for us to just run water. But in Europe, most people run coolant in their cars. And when you're on a tourist farm and you're driving with road cars, aren't you? So they're going to have like slimy coolant in. And that stuff has a talent for disappearing. You don't see it. You just don't see it. And sometimes you don't even smell it, and it can be gone again in if it's like a weak mix or just plain water, it can hit the ground and evaporate in 3 minutes. But if you hit it in that 3 minutes, you don't see it. You just boom into the fence. And like 07, I was there when a mate of mine, Cy Mully, he was in the middle of a pack and the guy at the front died, and the guy in second place was broken femurs, spinal fractures. There's accidents every year. A friend of mine was killed when a Golf VR6 that had a 2.8 VR6 in it with a supercharger bolted on. The supercharger blew up and it threw oil out, and he just hit the fence at 140 mile an hour and choked to death on his own blood because the ambulance takes about 10 minutes to get there.
Jesus.
And he's just unlucky that nobody with first aid training was really understanding what had happened. It's a tough track, and the deaths are way more regular than people think they are.
Isn't it? I mean, just saying that, hearing things like that, you're like, how the hell is it still in this day? I'm so happy it is still open.
I am.
In this day and age, like how it's like the TT. How does it still go on? It's amazing. It's awesome that it still happens, but
it's very carefully stage managed in the background. The PR, the branding is all very much on point. There's very, very strict rules about showing crashes. It got to the point where as YouTube grew and the YouTubers were taking over, a lot of people discovered that they could stand next to the track with a camcorder, film for a day, and 9 times out of 10 they'd get 100,000 view video out of it because somebody had crashed. Well, those golden ages of crash videos were about 3 or 4 years long until the social media team at the Nurburgring finally caught up with the ages, and they said, right, you can't stand next to here and film it and make money out of it. And there was a very important legal precedent when a dude in Munich had a balcony that looked over the football stadium. So he was like, it is well within my rights
Yeah.
to stand on my balcony and film the football stadium. So he had like a digital camcorder and was live streaming via Munich matches,
Jeez.
right? And because the current state of the law was that he was allowed to stand on the balcony and anything that he could see, he could film. Well, of course, the rights owners of the football team, they went to town on him and they set a whole new legal precedent for Germany, which is you cannot film an event on private property without the permission of the property owner. So that was the end of the crash videos at the Nurburgring. And they said you can only film if you agree to abide by our code of conduct, which includes not showing any crashes. So from 2017-ish, it has been almost impossible to film a crash at the Nurburgring and publish it. Because if you are anybody that has any relationship to the Nurburgring and depends upon it for your livelihood and want to enter it and exit it without being told to bugger off, you stuck to the rules. And that means a lot of the tourists now, they arrive and they have no idea. Like, they think they've seen how many crashes there are. They think they know. They've seen some stuff on the internet. And they've seen a few videos, right? But these are the same videos being recycled from 10 years ago. Suzuki Swift Mark II crashing into a wall at 100 miles an hour. Man, that happened in 2013. Boy, that's 11 years ago. Like, last weekend, I watched a 992 GT3 RS go into a wall. That's 300,000, not 3,000. So, yeah, the reality is there's a shitload more crashes than anybody will ever know about unless you are here and watch it. I mean, there's a WhatsApp group that we have that's locals, just locals on it. And we say when there's an accident, post 167, there's a crash. And you'd be like, 167, there's a crash. You get to that group at the end of the day and you can count 20, 30 accidents every Sunday. Yeah. Really? Wow. Really. Wow. But you would never know that because it's very carefully managed. The PR is very managed.
Yeah.
Guarantee you this, somebody will copy and paste me saying that and will have sent it to the powers that be at the Nurburgring before the end of this podcast. But yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth. So a lot of customers, they come here with illusions of it being pretty safe. And it is a lot of things, but it ain't not safe. Sorry to do the double negative there, but it ain't safe. It's really bad. It's really tricky.
But then, again, this goes back to what I was saying, that in this day and age, I think it's awesome that, we're all grown-ups here and we all make that decision. So if you make that decision to go, as long as you're aware that you're aware of the dangers.
That's the key thing.
You should be allowed to jump off that cliff
absolutely.
if you want to jump off that cliff.
I'd be very upset if somebody said to me, I'm not allowed to jump 100%. Off that cliff anymore. The Nurburgring being that metaphorical cliff. What I don't like is that people arrive here with no idea how dangerous it is. Yeah. And then they crash, and then they say, I had no idea that was going to happen. I mean, I've dealt with grieving families who were like, if I'd have known that my husband was going to do this, I would have said to him, you've never been on a racetrack before. Why are you starting now? As a guy who has raced at racetracks all around the world, and just for any clarification, by the way, I'm a shit bike racer. I'm terrible, but I love it dearly. But I'm really bad. I'm very, very slow. I'm like back of the grid at Club 66. I'm like back of the grid at Darley Moor on a wet Sunday with Derby Phoenix.
You're on the grid, though, mate. You're on the grid.
Yeah, I'm not very good at bike racing. I just happen to really, really love it. And when you get to the ring and you realize that people are coming to the Nurburgring and this is going to be their first experience on a racetrack, as an experienced racer, somebody who's raced all around the world and done tracks from Japan to America, I'm like, I want to shake them by the shoulders and say, hey, this is the most dangerous racetrack in the world. The only thing you could do now that's more dangerous than this is maybe set yourself on fire and go around the Isle of Man with your eyes closed. This is seriously bad. Why is this your first track day? But, boy, 50% of the people there have never been on a racetrack, and they're just like, oh, I can buy a ticket and go for one lap.
Yeah.
Great. It's accessible.
Tick, get a sticker.
Yeah. So I'm constantly caught in this dichotomy of love it to pieces. I'm incredibly cynical about it, as I'm sure some of your listeners will have picked up on. I'm a proper victim elder at times, but Yeah, you millennials will wonder what the heck I'm on about there. But yeah,
I don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Yeah, it's a really love-hate situation with Nurburgring. Absolutely love it. Love it to bits.
Can I ask? I appreciate you're not him, but what was Guy Martin's reaction to it? Because like when I watched I've never met Guy personally. I know other people that
Heroin
have
injected directly into the main vein of your eyeball.
Really? So it did light the fire with him.
Loved it. Yeah, loved it to bits.
Awesome.
There was such an old school challenge to him that he rose up to it and was like, "Oh yeah, this is going to be the next thing." Yeah. So he's been over a few times.
Has he? Oh bloody hell!
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Right. Awesome. I don't know if you've watched the podcast or listened to the podcast before. The format I take with this is obviously we have a chat initially, and then I chuck it out on my socials and on my Patreon just to say, right, the next guest on the podcast is such and such, and then people have the option to leave questions for us to cover. So we've got quite a lot of questions over on Patreon for us to go through. There's a couple on Insta, and I think there's one over on Facebook as well. So are you all right if we crack on with them just now?
Yeah, crack on, man. Yeah, crack on.
Do you have any sort of time limit? I should have asked you this.
No,
right
not at all.
Sure,
I'll grab dinner after this.
Okay, mate. And I also realised that I haven't cracked the tinny with you. Do you have a tipple of choice at all at hand?
I have got a funny story about that, but I don't drink at the moment.
No problems. No dramas.
I accidentally drank a can of coolant last year. Exactly this time last year, about November 26th last year.
Oh,
I accidentally drank a 1 litre bottle of coolant because I thought it was fruit juice. Because it was dark in my garage.
Did you drink the full 1 litre?
Drank about 400 millilitres of it.
Must have been tasty coolant.
It was concentrated methyl race car coolant. Methylated. Keyword methylated. Methylated coolant. And I didn't realise it until I'd chugged it. And I was like, man, this is sweet and sticky. Yeah, it's really sweet. This coat's gone off. Swallowed it. Stuck the finger there, realized what it was, stuck my fingers down the throat, jabbed so hard trying to make myself puke that I ended up cutting my back of my throat with disgusting, oily, working on a Ford Transit van fingers and couldn't puke. And then it took about an hour for the hospital to figure out that I wasn't lying. I'd drunk 400 millilitres of methylated concentrated coolant. And by that point, they were like, we can't invoke vomiting because it's going to poison you on the way back up. They said they didn't invoke the vomiting when I first went in because they wanted to ascertain that whatever it was not going to burn me on the way out.
Yeah.
So they said no vomiting. And by the time they realized they wanted me to vomit, it was too late. It was already in my system. So I had to spend 24 hours at 0.40 alcohol per whatever it is. So I had to spend 24 hours drunk as a skunk. And long story short, I sent my missus to go get my whiskies. And when you have every 30 minutes, you have a blood test and a woman screaming at you to keep drinking, and you're very beyond comfortable drunk, beyond buzzed, out to the side of the room is spinning and you're feeling very ill. Jesus. And you have to stay like that for 24 hours with zero sleep. I have not looked a whiskey in the face for a year since that, I'm afraid.
I don't blame you, mate.
Sorry, that was a long story, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
No, but it was quite funny.
Moral of the story, kids at home, don't put the coolant in a Coca-Cola bottle and then work in a poorly lit environment and then get really thirsty. Because that's a really bad combination.
Oh, wow. Blimey. What coolant was it?
It was Motul Pro Cool.
There you go. There you go. For them.
Yeah, Motul. Yeah,
right,
the poison department was like, you've done what? I'm like, yeah. And it turns out, funny side story, but it turns out this is a common thing. Apparently, tramps will drink the coolant and then they'll go to hospital and say, I've drunk the coolant. You got to get me drunk on the NHS money.
Really?
I didn't know that. Yeah, apparently it's the thing. So, there's like an entire drug industry now based on countering methylated alcohol. Because the easy fix is if you put in normal alcohol into your blood, your body will metabolize the normal alcohol before the methyl alcohol, so you'll pee the methyl out. Mm-hmm. But if you don't put any alcohol in, then you'll metabolize the methylated, and there's some poison reaction happens, and your eyes, your retinas die, you get brain damage, and it's very, very bad. It kills you. It's poison. In fact, 4 people dead this week in Thailand. Side note, in Thailand from methylated alcohol getting into normal alcohol.
In Laos, I just heard it on the news tonight. Yeah.
2 Australians, somebody else,
British girl,
British girl, yeah. So it's the common fix. The easiest fix is to absolutely get you hammered drunk on normal alcohol. Your body then takes the normal alcohol into the liver first and pees out the methylated alcohol without ever trying to turn it to sugar. And that's the correct thing to do. But then the hardcore alcoholics, they know that. So they're like, look what I just did. Glug, 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 glug. Now you got to give me
I'm laughing because I could see people doing it for sure. Absolutely.
I didn't know about that. Anyway, let's carry on. What was the original question?
We hadn't got there yet. But,
good.
Slangs, enjoy your water. I don't blame you. Double check that water too.
Yeah, it's definitely water.
Okay. We'll head across to the clan over on Patreon. So it's patreon.com/TeapotOne. First one, Andy. Evening both. Hope this finds you well. Just a couple of questions from me. Firstly, Bruce is known for apparently riding the best bike in the world. But my question is, what vehicle have you owned, past or present, that you would give that title to?
Personally?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, I've loved a lot of the vehicles that I've owned. Regret selling my NC30 and my Mazda MX-5.
Okay.
Both I really regret. My NC30 was a Jack import brought in through Bat Motorcycles. Do you remember when Bat Motorcycles had like these adverts with like 40 different bikes, like, you know, a row of 8 bikes and a row of 8 bikes? It would just be one side shot and a little description: 22,000 kilometers, BFR 400, NC30. And, you know, they were importing them in containers, 40-foot containers full of bikes. Well, I bought one. It was 18,000 kilometers from you could bet your dinner off it. It's an NC30. It was gorgeous. I loved it to bits. Beautiful thing. But as it is with being a motorcycle journalist, owning your own bikes, and you can ask anybody who was there, it was quite rare for us to own our own bikes. Like, because you had so many free bikes thrown at you all the time, you barely got to play with your own bikes. And I was one of the few who had like several motorbikes at any given time. And I think I just ran out of money, and I just decided to sell it one week, and I've rued that day ever since, because it was a cool bike on a track day. It wanted to be thrashed, and it had that dual-like Honda magic to it. You know, the V4 400. Just regret selling it, really. I mean, I've had loads of bikes that I would say are really excellent. 1250 GS was one of the best bikes I ever owned, but do I regret selling it? Nope. Would I have one again tomorrow? Yeah, sure. Do I lust after having one again tomorrow? No. Do I lust after having my NC30 sat in the garage again? Hell yeah. Yeah. And if you want to talk about cars, the MX-5 was awesome. I bought that in Japan as well. Brought that over, and that was an import.
What is it about the MX-5 then? Because obviously you must have driven all sorts of different cars.
MX-5 is just it's just a very pure driving experience. It's front engined, it's rear wheel drive. The model that I had no ABS. Definitely didn't have traction control, and it was just an absolute sleeper. You know, I put a turbo kit on mine. I turboed it to just over 200 horsepower, and at that point it was 1,000 kilos, and it could do 7 minutes 59 was its fastest lap round the Nurburgring from bridge to gantry, the tourist far from lap. And I just used to love it to bits. It really taught me how to drive. That was the car that I was driving in the wet, which had no roof, by the way. It just had a roll cage. And I just used, and there was grommets in the floor. Because like when you rip the carpets out of a car, there's always grommets in the lowest points so that you can let any spills out if stuff happens. And I just used to run it like with the grommets out. So I just used to drive it in the wet with the roll cage, soaking down to the skin in the racing seat, and I just used to drive it like that. And that was the car that got me really. I had 400 horsepower cars and 300 horsepower cars, but I kept the MX-5 the whole time because the MX-5 was like teaching you how to drive. It was exactly to car track days what an Aprilia 250 is to a bike track day. You know, when you go to a bike track day and you think to yourself, you're in the middle group and you think, oh, I'm going quite well now. And then some old dude just smokes you. Smokes you on some dirty two-stroke from 1998. And they just smoke you and you go, so it turns out I'm actually nowhere near the club racing lap times. Yeah, that's what the MX-5 can do. A good guy in an MX-5, never count him out. He's always going to be quick.
So why did the MX-5 go then?
Because I wanted an RX-8 because I just got this thing for wankles all of a sudden, and I wanted a rotary, and somebody offered to swap me my MX-5 turbo for a very spanky, good condition RX-8, and I was like, oh, I'll take that. And the guy that did it, he flipped the MX-5 on day one. Oh, was it day two? Day two, he got it back to Wales and he flipped it in the mountains, put it over a dry stone wall upside down.
Oh God.
Yeah, so that wasn't coming back. And then the engine went to a friend of a friend because I had quite a nifty engine gearbox differential combination, which was a later model gearbox and diff with the very first generation engine with a turbo conversion, because the first generation MX-5 was actually a 1.6 engine from the 323 GTR, which was a homologation rally car. So it actually had oil feeds. Long story short, you could turbo the tits off it, make 240 horsepower, with a stock engine that made 116 out of the box, and all of a sudden you just gave it literally double the horsepower with about 1,000 pounds of parts. Jesus. So that's what I did. So the engine and gearbox lived on, but the car was definitely upside down in a crappy field. Yeah.
And how was the RX-8 then?
It lasted about a year until it blew up, and then I realised I didn't have the money to buy a new engine at $5,000 and just sold the wreck of it with no engine. I think I sold the whole thing for £1,000. Because I knew that I could either spend $5,000 and have a $4,000 car, or I could have £1,000 in the pocket and start again. So I decided to just start again. And at the time, I was doing a bit of pro driving for some of the race teams. And I really needed a practice car, and I really needed a car that I could take my customers out in. And when you are the pro driver, there's this big thing with motorsports that everybody thinks you get to the top of motorsports by being really fast, and that's not true in car racing. It's not. It's certainly, as anybody who has fought their way to the back of the BSB grid can tell you, it's almost true in motorcycling that you can be the fastest guy and get a good ride. But the reality is, most of the time, you have to be a very good rider and a very good business person, or you have to be a very good rider and have a very talented and committed and trustworthy manager. And a lot of the time, the best managers are, in my opinion, are often the fathers, the mothers, the family, the uncle, somebody who knows the talent but can also do the negotiating. And in car racing, it's the disparity between talent and money is huge. You can be, there are F1 drivers who couldn't drive a shitty stick up a dog's bum without a map. So knowing that, you have to look at the grids in things like World GT and British GT and stuff like that. And you realize very quickly it's just money. It's just money. You can be the fastest guy at the meeting, but nobody's going to let you drive the car for free because, goddamn, that's like a modern GT3 car is £1 million car. It's costing like $7-8 an hour just to keep it running. It's a business. It's not based on talent. British touring car. You ask Matt Neal, you ask Jason Plato, they're not just good drivers. They are business development managers. When you have a sponsor who is willing to spend 50, 100 million pounds to reach an audience, they are paying you, the driver, to reach that audience 9 times out of 10. You will reach that audience through social media. You'll reach it by being a character. You'll reach it by being on telly. But whatever it is, you're going to reach their audience and you're going to increase sales. So, yeah, it's motorsport is a business. And being successful is not necessarily just down to being fast. I know some not very fast drivers who are very good racers because they are good business development managers, and they keep the networks going and they keep the money flowing, and they make sure that everybody gets what they want out of that season of racing. Yeah.
Interesting. It's interesting to hear the business and the politics of it, because you hear people talking about, you know, MotoGP, World Supers, even BSB as well at that. And I don't know, do you ever listen to the Chasing the Racing podcast with Dom on it and
I've
Chrissy
heard a couple
Rouse
of them. Yeah, I used to listen to Chrissy Rouse. God bless him. Yeah,
yeah, and it was interesting to hear. I met the boys a couple of times. They've been on this, and I didn't do their podcast. I was supposed to be going on it, and then sadly we lost Chrissy. But obviously he'd started his own team, hadn't he? And it was a real eye opener for him as well to see, you know, as the actual owner of the whole thing. You know, he's writing the theme tune, playing the instruments, singing the song. He's doing everything.
Write the theme tune, sing the theme tune.
That's the one. And he was like, there's a real business behind this. It's not just get on the bike and off you go. He was aware of that, obviously. I can't speak
I would
for
say
the bloke,
what I enjoy most, having like raced at a fairly decent level, I love watching bike racing, because bike racing is more about the talent than the business. I can't watch much car racing because car racing is generally about the business, not the talent, generally speaking. And you can have very talented drivers who are complete knobs. You can have very untalented drivers who are absolute gents. But it's really hard to sort out the skill from the money in most of the championships. And no matter what you do, cars are such. I mean, if you think a bike is a complicated system with a lot of black magic and voodoo inside it to make a bike go fast, whether it's a Jack Valentine R1 or a brand new HRC Fireblade, there's a lot of voodoo and magic goes into making that go fast. When you get to the level of NASCAR, which is NASCAR, in case people just think it's going round and round in circles, it's also road courses. It's also, by numbers, it is the biggest business operation in motorsports by some distance. It is huge.
Really?
Only F1 is close to it. The biggest race championship in the world by money is NASCAR, and NASCAR spend incredible amounts of money to make sure that the racing is totally even from a mechanical point of view, which means that they spend even more incredible amounts of money to make sure that they have an edge. And all I wanted to say really with that is that it's hard to tell sometimes the money from the talent. On a bike, a talented rider will carry a average motorbike to a championship win. And I think, without being brushing too broad a stroke on this, look at Top Rack's World Superbike season. Boy, that boy can ride a bike. He's mega.
It's phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Scott Redding, good rider, great rider, but he wasn't pushing everybody over the entire season. He wasn't winning the championship with several rounds to go. Top Rack did, and there's a reason, because the rider makes the final percentage of the package, just the same way Valentino Rossi always did when he was in his heyday. Cars, you can be the best driver on the grid, but boy, if your team's not on point, you're buggered. Because if you, like I said, I was saying that if a bike is a little thing full of voodoo magic and the right guy can make it go a bit faster, cars are 1,000 to 2,000 kilos of voodoo magic. The tricks, the naughtiness that you can install in a car is incredible. The level of cheating. It's not a question of like who's cheating. It's just a question of who gets caught. 100%.
I have a friend who now works for McLaren, like the Formula One team.
I've raced for McLaren.
Right. Well, he got recruited in because he's a very shifty engineer. Well, not shifty, that's the wrong word. He's a very talented engineer. And he got invited to, go and do a few things and did well, and now that's him. He's now in the McLaren family for Formula One, and he's just like, oh my good God. He said, I can't talk about anything, but holy shit, the stuff that's going on here. As in, like, just the technology that's and the research and as you said, they're always looking for the edge.
The cutting edge.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. He says it is like the Men in Black type stuff, like stuff you just wouldn't even think of. Oh my God, they're doing what? Yeah. I want to know all about. I want to get him in the pub, get a beer with him. But
yeah,
he
Formula
won't do
One
that anymore.
Formula One is incredible. I mean, when you look at MotoGP and you speak to people like Matt Oxley, and I would highly recommend, my favorite column by a million miles is Matt Oxley's column.
Yeah.
And I remember when mass dampers were breaking cover, people were just figuring out what it was Ducati were doing in the back end of their bike. They had oscillating mass to counteract frame vibration. And there's just cutting edge stuff that you don't know about until 5 years after it's happened. Yeah. It's amazing. But I still say that the rider makes the biggest difference in motorsport, in motorcycle racing, which is why personally, even though I'm a much more successful car racer than I ever would have been a bike racer, if you're asking me to sit down and watch a race, I'll watch, like I said, I'll watch Gloucester Motorcycle Racing Club go around Castle Combe before I watch a single minute of Formula One.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely can watch any bike racing going. Supermoto, motocross, sidecar, speedway, love speedway. But like watching Formula One for me is like watching paint dry. I'm very interested in the technology side. If you could let me watch the webcams in the pit garage, I'd be more interested in that than the action on track. Because the action on track is largely predetermined by driver mood, driver talent, and who's got the fastest car.
Yeah. I just don't find Formula One engaging anymore. I remember watching Senna and Mansell and all these folk. I remember them driving, and I would sit and watch a race. I wasn't a fanatical fan of it, but I would sit and watch the race. And now, like as you said, I don't think I could watch a lap because it's just like it just doesn't do anything for me anymore.
Even the highlights, I will forward through the highlights, mate, for Formula One, I'm afraid. When I was a teenager, 14, 15 years old and watching British Touring Car, I used to watch every British Touring Car race because back in those days it was 2 races. And I'd watch the support races as well, the Saxos, the TBR Tuscan Challenge. Yeah. I'd lap all that up. Amazing racing. Compare any club race at car level to Formula One, and it's way more interesting. Way more interesting.
I used to like watching the trucks.
Yeah,
they were great fun.
Euro truck.
Yeah,
old
that was awesome.
Stavros, Steve Parrish racing in that as well. Brilliant.
Did he?
Yeah, Steve, did you not know Stavros was a truck racer?
No, I didn't know that.
He stopped racing bikes. He started racing Euro truck.
I never knew that.
He did it for years. years. Yeah, wow. Steve Parrish, international truck racer. People were like, "What? He used to ride bikes?" I'm like, "Yeah." Did you not know that?
Kind of handy, yeah.
Yeah, kind of handy. Yeah. We used to race trucks. I think the other thing I used to watch as a kid was Rallycross. Will Gollop in his 6R4 Metro. I used to watch that. Yeah, Ford RS200s as well.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Awesome. Right, Andy's got a second question. He says, with lap times and winning races as a measure of success, will there be a time when non-petrol powered engines both win the stats and our hearts? Have a good one.
Well, winning the stats, that's an easy answer. That'll be a yes. At some point, we'll see a non-petrol powered car beat, we'll see an electric car beat a petrol car. We can already see that. I'll give you some examples. There's a car called the Volkswagen ID.R that went around the Nurburgring in like 6 minutes something, and it was purely a technology demonstrator, and it was ludicrously fast. But it didn't have a race series to race in, so we didn't see it beat a petrol car. But the problem was it could only do one lap of the Nurburgring. But the engineering challenge was obviously to do 20.8 kilometers at flat out pace and do like a Group C style lap time. And it did that. It was very, very good. But to answer the question very succinctly, yes, they will. But will it win your heart? I guess here's my take on it. If you have grown up with Group C 787Bs, 3-rotor wankles going down the straight at La Sarthe, if you've heard Mick Doohan power slide an NSR 500 2-stroke past you and then smelt it after he's disappeared over the horizon, if you've experienced those things, I don't think anybody can take that away from you. And I don't think any electric car will ever replace that kind of emotion. So the electric cars, the electric motorbikes, they will win hearts and minds after we are dead and cold in the ground. The last generation of people that really got two-stroke bikes, four-stroke bikes. Saw Norrie Hager on an R7 sliding it around Donington Park, and those guys, you'll never wrestle those memories out of their heads. You can show them an electric Ducati, and the look, it goes whiz, and you'd be like, "Cool, it's faster than a Panigale. Cool story, bro.
Yeah,
keep going. It's not gonna make me cream."
I'm not convinced electric's the future. I'm really not. I was much more open to it back sort of 2017, 18, 19, 20, when electric bike zero was coming in and Energica was there, and they seemed to be making strides. Every year they were making advances with the models, and it was like, okay, maybe this could be the answer. And then I started riding them a lot more and doing things on them. I took one around the UK. I do like this challenge ride, like the 4 points of the UK. The idea is you do it in 48 hours on a normal petrol bike. But I've done it on like a 125cc. You need a little bit longer for that. And then I thought I'll try it on the electric, to see, what are the practicalities of it? Like, can you charge this thing up all over the UK? And, so I thought to myself, I wonder how long this will take. And it was just a little bit longer than the 125cc, but I was fucked at the end of it because, every 40 odd minutes I was having to pull over, charge the thing up, sleep on the ground next to the bike. And you're just doing that constantly. And then once when it's daytime and you get to, say, on the outskirts of a city and you get to where these charging places are, they're all full or none of them bloody work. So, and it was just the practicalities of it. I just thought to myself, this is at the moment when there's a very small percentage of the population on electric. When everyone moves to electric, this isn't going to work. And we know that now. So I think all the manufacturers have invested billions into electric. So we're going to see all these electric models coming out. But that's going to dwindle
Not
away.
all of them. Look at Toyota. Historically, one of the savviest automotive manufacturers in the world. And I'll tell you now, the boss of Toyota, Mr. Toyoda, he races at the Nurburgring nearly every race. He's a big petrol head, and they've got a lot of irons in the fire. They had to make an electric car, battery electric. They had to show that they're doing it. They did it. Mm-hmm. They made the BR. What is it called? Can't remember what it's called. It's a hateful thing anyway. It's a joint project with Subaru, and it's a battery electric. But you asked me about motorsport, and you asked me, will an electric vehicle beat a petrol vehicle? It will on a lap time. It will. But ask it to do a 24-hour race, and unless you're allowed to swap batteries, it can't, because the chemistry at the moment is flattening off. And processing power, the old Moore's law, which says that processing power will double every 2 years or whatever. We used to think that applied to battery energy density, so the energy density of batteries, but it really doesn't. We have plateaued the last 4 years or so. We've not seen a significant increase in battery technology. Yeah. Tesla, which is a massive, in my opinion, just saying my opinion, don't take it as fact, but it's a massive smoke and mirrors operation. They're barely running this to profit most of the time. They've lost a lot of money over the years. They shout about new battery technology when they get 5% more into a cell. Well, bugger, like a kilo of petrol contains so many joules of energy. Like a kilo is like over a liter of petrol. You can go a long way on a liter of petrol with it, especially if you apply incredible amounts of technology to it. And I'm thinking, streamliners going through the desert at like 22 miles an hour. Those guys can make a liter of petrol go for 100 miles. You don't get that kind of battery density for a kilo of lithium-ion battery.
It's roughly a mile, isn't it? It's about a kilogram of a battery will take you about a mile, they say.
Which is like terrible. It's not good. No, it's really not good. No. And when you look at it like that, it's very difficult to imagine electric vehicles being the solution. I've been lucky enough to work. I was working on an electric car project back in like nearly 10 years ago now. And the numbers are great if you are genuinely just driving 20, 30, 40 miles to work and driving the same 20, 30, 40 miles back again. And you can charge at home overnight on a cheap rate. then Bob's your uncle, finds your aunt. An electric car is absolutely brilliant and superior to a petrol car. But that's a very narrow use case. And the day that you want to drive to visit your gran in Liverpool and you live in London, you're like, oh, I've got to plan this. It's going to take 2 hours longer than I thought it was going to take. And, you know, the grid in the UK, the national grid, and the number of people that live in the UK per square mile, it's a very dense country. So you've got a lot of demand on all the services, including charging. So,
and there's only finite resources available to make these actual batteries. You know, that's the thing that I've said since day one. I'm like, well, the reason we're moving to electric is because they're saying, you know, is because of the ecological benefits, if you like. You know, petrol's killing the environment, and we're going to run out of oil, we're going to run out of petrol. So they move to electric, and there's even less natural resources to make these batteries.
There's a lot of lithium. I mean, I think if you look up the definition of the word lithium, the etymology of where it comes from, it basically means it's everywhere. But lithium is pretty
cobalt, isn't it? It's not cobalt.
Cobalt's a limit. Cobalt's a limit. But here's my opinion on it. It's a bit of a hot take, but basically we just move the problem somewhere else. Yeah, that's an electric car. An electric car just means that you and me can walk through the central area of London on a hot sunny day in like August with a high pressure dome, and we don't die of smog. However, the unlucky buggers in China and India and Africa that are having to dig this stuff up or process it in massive smelting operations. I read an amazing statistic that was it takes more joules of energy to create a single solar panel than the average solar panel will generate in its life. Because the average solar panel will not last to its maximum 20 years or whatever. The average solar panel dies after 7 or 8 through misuse, being dirty, many different reasons. But it will never generate the amount of joules that was burned in the smelter to make the sapphire crystal or the glass or whatever it's made of. And the same comes true of many electric cars. You know, we build them with cells and rare earths that are processed all around the world. You can build a Dacia in Romania. You know, you have a Dacia Logan, which I find is kind of a heroic car in the eco sense of it, because you can build that entire car in Europe pretty much. I think there's only some components of the electronics that have to come from other places, but 99% of the car you can build it in Europe. You can have the steel, you can have the plastic, you can have everything that goes into that car. The engine, the gearbox, the hardened pieces of metal, everything except a few rare earths will come from Europe. So therefore, that vehicle has got minimum transport impact, minimum, CO2 footprint, to use a horrible buzz term. Yeah. And compare that to the average battery electric vehicle, which has cells whizzing around the earth. You know, the cobalt goes here, the lithium goes there, this nickel manganate goes from there to here, and and all the time it's being processed by incredibly disgusting plants that you can go to Google Earth and you can be zoomed out and have nearly all of China in your Google Earth page. And you can go, what's that pink bit over there? Yeah. Zoom in and you just get like a hellscape. And it's like, cool, China are willing to sacrifice the health of their citizens. They're willing to sacrifice their environment in order to get an economical edge over us. And they will sell us the ability to make these electric cars. Mm-hmm. And it's like, cool. So we're going to buy electric cars and we're going to give tax breaks. And we're going to, as a government, we will now make this imperative that you trade in your petrol car and you must buy a battery electric car. And all we're actually doing is sending a load of money abroad. We're not getting rid of the pollution. We're just lessening it for ourselves in the short term. And I think to myself, this is very short-sighted. I mean, you think when you bought a car, I remember when my dad bought a car, if it lasted 4 or 5 years without rusted, you were pretty happy, right? It's wow, right? And now, my car sat out there, I've got a Seat Cooper, it's 10 years old. It's not even got a hint of rust on it. You buy a brand new petrol car now and it's going to go for years and years. The maintenance is better. The production quality is better. Why on earth should I scrap cars like that and buy a brand new electric car? Yeah. Daft.
It's smoke and mirrors. It absolutely is. There's going to be another renaissance in fossil fuel, and then I think it'll be alternative fuel. I think that's what we're going to be
alternative fuel. I'm not sure about renaissance in fossil fuel. I think I could foresee a future where petrol cars and petrol bikes are like watching the old guys turn up right now running castor oil in the old British singles.
Yeah.
It'll be like they're spending extra money and time because they love it. And I'm sure that one day, us old gits will turn up on things like GS 1200s and 1150s, and they'll be like, look at those cute guys, those old guys. Look at them. They still think that BMW's pretty good.
They'll still be moaning about the fucking new 1300X headlight, won't they?
Oh, it'll be a 2700 by then, won't it?
Yeah,
it'll be like a 12-cylinder 2700. Yeah.
Right, Andy.
Itself.
Thanks very much for your question, Andy. Appreciate that. Next one, Michael Heaton. Hiya, what's the most common mistake that people make? I.e., what's the first thing you have to make people change in their riding?
We're just talking any kind of are we talking road riding, track riding, Nurburgring?
I'm assuming he means the Nurburgring. I'm assuming that's what he means.
I would assume he means the Nurburgring. But in case you want to be coached by me, you can come to the Doc Scholl School or the ADAC School where I'm an instructor. But yes, if you're at the Nurburgring, the most common mistake people make is basically just to ride it too fast. Your first lap, you should ride it like a twisty mountain road somewhere horrible and dangerous and beautiful, like the Alps or the Carpathians. You need to just take it mellow, look ahead. If the vanishing point's coming towards you, come off the gas. Mm-hmm. Because until you've got that intimate track knowledge, you cannot send it over every blind crest, because you'll do 3 blind crests at 100 miles an hour, and the 4th, you'll find a hairpin.
Yeah.
And you'll be doing 100 miles an hour. And physics is physics. You ain't getting away with that. You're going to go in. So people go too fast. They try and time their laps. They try and put too much pressure on themselves to go to perform, when really the Nürburgring, your first lap should be super chill, preferably with somebody who's done it before, and don't try to perform. If you try to perform, that's when you're that horrible repeating statistic of, there's a motorcycle down, the track's closed, the police are on the track, the helicopter's gone away, it just landed at the helipad. You're like, whoa, why did the helicopter go back to the helipad? Because they didn't need it. Yeah. Yeah.
Harsh realities of it.
Yeah. So don't go too fast. Don't go too fast. It sounds counterintuitive to go to one of the fastest tracks in the world with like an 88 mile an hour average lap speed. But don't go too fast your first lap. Just enjoy it.
So don't hang on to your mate who's trying to follow someone in front.
No, God, no. That's like, my man, when you told me that, I was like, dude, no.
Do you know, the next day I threw myself off a mountain in the Black Forest and broke my back. Funny that. Trying to film, I was in front of my race mate now with a GoPro on my helmet pointing back, trying to film him knee down on the deck going round this beautiful right-hander, and the bike just went from underneath me, just sort of low-sided from underneath me, and that was it, off the edge of the mountain. Sheesh. Anyway, never found the GoPro. I wish I could find that bloody GoPro.
That would have been a good one, yeah.
Oh, mate, yeah, it would be awesome. Dave McCracken, I've looked into my big book of completely irrelevant and inappropriate questions and pulled out this gem. It's easy to imagine that if you were decapitated, you would have a few seconds of consciousness in your head. But what if you were cut directly down the middle? If your brain and body were separated into 2 perfect halves, would there be 2 of you temporarily, or perhaps you would exist in one half and another consciousness would exist as an imposter in the other half? I'm ever so sorry, Dale, I don't pre-read the questions. Wow.
What?
Cheers, David. Thanks, mate. Thoughts?
I mean, there's a couple of I think there's an Isaac Asimov where he talks about like a teleporter incident where 2 people exist all of a sudden. They both think the same person. I think that's a really interesting ethical question, because we all presume, maybe somewhat arrogantly, that we are unique individuals in this world, and that we have some sort of God-given right to our own I was going to say our own sanity, our own identity as a human. I don't know, man. If there's two of you instantly, just for a second, I think because the spinal column and your brain are basically your conscious. I think like it's the top of your spinal column, isn't it? That and your brain, you can lose entire sections of your front brain. Look at any medical journal. There's people still walking and talking with big chunks missing from one hemisphere. I bet you the real answer, I would guess, just guessing, is you're probably dead the moment your spinal column's attacked, because you're probably just dead. But the idea of two of you existing and each of you seeing each other as the imposter is awesome. I love that. That's a great sci-fi trope. Wow. You could do a lot with that. You could do a whole book with that, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's a film in that for sure.
Yeah. Good one, David.
Copyright that. Get pen to paper now. Get it done. He also says, is it okay to change your opinion of someone when you find out they are a cat part? This is because I put a post up about, we've got a couple of cats and one of them got run over on Sunday night. So tough little. I was not a cat person, but we had 3. One sadly disappeared a few years ago, but this little bugger has really won my heart because he got run over somewhere over there. We live in a tiny little village, and he got run over, but he managed to drag himself by his front paws to our front door, and he got his head through the cat flap and just started meowing. So that's how I knew. Went down and picked him up.
Dear.
That was Sunday night. Tuesday, he's back from the vets. They're like, he's up and about. You can have him back. He's got a fractured hip. And that's it. He's like a tough little bugger. He's dosed up the eyeballs, but he's a tough little bugger, I tell you.
They say that cats experience pain in a different way to most mammals, and they're very pain resistant. I read that somewhere. Can't tell you the source, but I read that. I mean, I like cats. I like dogs. I was always a dog person until my wife. Yeah. I was always a dog person until I got given a cat because it was getting thrown out of my dad's house because it was a little bugger, and I was like, you know what, I'll take him. Yeah. And since then I've had dogs and cats. So I don't think that there's like, some people are cat people and some people are dog people, but I think the ones you really got to watch out for are the people who don't have pets at all.
Yeah, not right. How can you not like dogs? I don't understand.
How can you not like dogs? How can you not like dogs or cats?
Not right. You're not right.
Get a pet rock then.
Cheers for the questions, David. Thank you, mate. Next one, Debbie Clegg. Hi all. This is simply a random make a 5-item bucket list. Ready, set, go. 5-item bucket list.
Do you want to do one and then I'll do one?
Yeah, okay. Right. I have got to go back to Africa on a bike. I've got to. I did a round the world trip back in 2012, 2014. Africa beat me. Going down West Africa. I need to go back and.
Where did it peter out for you? Where did it go wrong?
I was crossing Mauritania, and it was when the Boko Haram, the Islamic fundamentalists.
Oh yeah.
So they'd kidnapped all those Nigerian schoolgirls, and basically they just exploded out of Central Africa. So they'd sacked Timbuktu over in Mali, and then they were trying to come over into Mauritania. So the Mauritanian government flooded there's only 2 roads. There's only 2 tarmac roads in Mauritania, and they flooded them with police and military. So it's just checkpoints like almost every kilometre at times. And obviously, they saw me coming on my jigsaw thow and my leathers, and I ran the dinner bell. So I just got robbed, umpteen times a day for about 10 days straight, trying to get through the desert. And I nearly died I snapped the rear subframe. I couldn't get water anywhere. Yeah, it was just a bad
And
experience.
how did it end?
Did you turn around? Well, I got taken by a gang at the Rosso border and held for a while they tried to get all my money out of me. Once they thought they had all my money, they basically put me on a boat, sent me over the river into Senegal. And then from there, I managed to get to Dakar. And I got to Dakar, I'd met up with this older South African guy who was driving a Ural from Scotland back to Cape Town because he just divorced his wife and decided, okay, I'm going home to Cape Town. Wow. So our paths just happened to cross. So we both ended up in this hotel in Dakar, and I spent a little bit of time, about a week there, just sort of trying to get my head together and decide, right, what do I do next? And I made the decision to come back to London, get back to work, try and save up again to go, because I'd lost a lot of money doing that. So that's what I did. I came back and I picked up a sponsor after that, funnily enough, and that reignited the dream, and I managed to get it done. But yeah, I want to go back. I want to finish Africa.
Yeah, I watched Itchy Boots a lot. It's, everybody's got a guilty pleasure, right? So I guess mine's Norley. And when she did West Africa on the CRF, I was very jealous. I would love to go top to bottom through Africa. Definitely on the bike, not on the car. No, I actually follow the guy who I've got a strong affinity with Toyota Yaris. I love the 1990s Yaris. It was the successor to the Starlet. And a dude from Cologne, just up the road from me, got in his 1 litre Yaris one day and said, going to South Africa. Well, it's one of the most, it's the cockroach of cars, right? You can't kill it. You think you've killed it, it's still going. He killed it just like about a month ago. It died. The potholes, the struts erupted through the bonnet, and the whole front chassis is dead. It needs a new body. A new body. You could potentially weld it back together, but it would never be the same. And he was pretty sure. He was about halfway through the West African states when he gave up, because the potholes were just destroying the car. You need some suspension. I think I'd love one of my bucket list items would be to go northern hemisphere to southern hemisphere on a motorbike over a period of months and just enjoy the journey, and don't set big plans, don't have big routes. Just, we talk
just
about
enjoy it.
Yeah, just enjoy it. One of the things I wanted to ask you, actually, and sorry for a sidetrack, but when you go to enjoy a motorcycle holiday yourself, just you, right? Just you.
Yeah.
Do you plan it like you plan a tour, or do you just go?
I just go. I very, very rarely get to go myself.
I
very rarely just get to go and ride a bike anymore. It's always, 95% of my month is this, sat in front of a computer editing. And then I'll get that time. I'm saying that 1 week every 3 during touring season, I'm away, I'm touring. But again, you're working, you're looking after punters, and I'm filming, and you're doing all that sort of stuff. So I'm trying to say to myself now, once a year, I'll have like a week that's mine, and I'm just going to go off on a bike. And all I book is either the ferry or the train, the tunnel.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That's escape from UK. And then the rest you make it up. So I'm exactly the same. And I really need to do that more, because when I started doing my motorcycle tours for money, it was because my friends and the friends of my friends, the friends of my friends of my friends were like, you've got to meet Dale. You got to go on holiday with Dale, because we have the most epic trips when we go with Dale. So before you know it, like last year was, so 2024 was my biggest ever year for tours. And I took people to Peru. I took people to, all planned with military precision. I don't like it.
I know exactly
really
where you're coming from, man. I know.
It's not, I'm doing it, and I'm not saying I'm bad at it, and I'm not saying it's the wrong thing, but I'm like, my heart is put my helmet on and go.
Yeah.
And just go and just like look at the horizon and say, there's a storm over there, so I'm going to go that way.
Yeah.
And
this is a nice place. I'm going to stop here.
That's the spirit of motorcycle adventure. To go back to the question about bucket list items, I'm going to say, number one, northern hemisphere to southern hemisphere. Don't care if it's Asia, if it's Africa, or if it's the Americas. But man, I'd just like to get on my bike one day and say the overall arching conclusion of this ride will be when I get to the other end.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's it. I don't care what we see on the way. I'll just take each day as it comes. That would be amazing. That's bucket list item number one for me. So yeah, your turn.
Right. I've already said I'm going to do this, and this is going to happen. But again, it's just logistics, but it is going to happen. I'm going to cycle around the coast of the UK.
And
I'm not a cyclist, but That's part of the reason. Is I'm a fat knacker. I'm near enough 21 stone, 6'3", and I'm like, I'm inherently lazy at times. Physically, I can be very lazy. I row every now and then, but it's like for 4 months of the year, and then it just stops. Over New Year, well, right, let's get the rower out. I row till like April. The tours start, and then that's it. I don't touch the rower again. So I want to prove to myself that I can focus on a task and make it happen, and really push myself. So I need to do stuff like that in order for. And just to prove it to myself. So
Yeah,
that's my thing. It's gonna happen. It's just logistics. It's about 4,500-5,000 mile right round the coast. And for me, that's probably a 4-month journey, I would suggest, at least. So that's 4 months being away from home. We've got the dog now, which is it's a big tie having a dog.
Yeah,
my wife has to work in London a couple of days a week. So, I can't expect my wife just to deal with all this for 4 months whilst I sweat around the UK. So it's just trying to figure all that sort of stuff out, but it will happen. I put it out there a couple of years ago and said, right, I'm going to do it after a few beers on this bloody podcast. So that's going to happen. Okay, yours, over to you.
I want to do a tour coast to coast on America. I want to do a customer tour coast to coast of America. And I don't want it to be a perfectly planned every single night, like you must make it to here or we will abandon you. I want to have a group of guys who appreciate the journey more than each individual stop. Yeah. And I want to say, like, we will go as far across America as we can in as a rough guide 15 days. And hopefully we do it, and start down in the southwest and head up to the northeast and get the bikes from usual culprits, Eagle Rider.
Yeah.
And yeah, just get some Beamers, maybe get some Yams, and do coast to coast, but not do it like a high stress vetting each hotel, vetting each restaurant kind of way. That's pain. And if I ever do coast to coast in America, I only want to take my best mates / customers, and I want to just have like an amazing 15 to 21 days on motorbikes. Yeah, that's my next bucket list. So do that as a BTG moto tour.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But before COVID arrived, my wife and I had got into the habit. We'd done 2 years of it, where we'd just fly into a city in the States, New York, wherever it was. You'd land, we'd hire a big truck, and literally, as we've just discussed, luggage in the back, and then we just hit the road. No motorways, just all the back roads. Yeah. And we were just ticking off parts of the UK, of the US. So my wife used to live up in Boston. So, we've been up to Boston and up into Maine and done all up in the Northeast. And then the last time we went as far down as DC, Washington, DC, and then cut back up through like Philly and then all the way up to Chicago.
Yeah.
So, we're just sort of ticking off states as each year is what we do. So that's the plan, is we'll continue that. And again, there's no plan. It's just, this looks a nice place. Shall we see if we can find somewhere to stay tonight? And it's awesome. I love that. And she likes that sort of travel as well. So yeah, it works well.
Spontaneous travel is the best. When we did Peru, I had a rough plan, but the plan fell to shit pretty quickly. But I had like everybody who came with me, I already knew them from outside of motorcycles. Only one person I didn't know on the trip, and he was a good friend of another friend. Mm-hmm. And it was billed to them as this is a recce. This is a test to see if we could do it. And I think that made the trip. One night we didn't actually sleep in any hotel. We had to stop where we were. And we were literally knocking on doors in a mountain village in the Andes to see who would speak or who would let us sleep there. I was fully expecting that we would be split one person per house because it's only a tiny village. And we actually, one of the big men of the village, he had like 7 beds. So we were all sleeping on the llama skin rugs while the rain came down. That was because there was a landslide behind us and a landslide ahead of us. So we were just dead in the water 5 o'clock at night with the sun going down. And the hotel that I had planned was at that point 60 kilometers away, but it was the other side of a 4,500 meter summit, which is like 14,800 feet.
It's not even feet,
and it was going
meters.
dark and it was raining and we'd suffered from a landslide already. And we were heading uphill from there. So we were like, yeah, we should probably just like knock on doors and see what's happening.
Yeah.
And we did. And he gave us breakfast and everything. It was mega. And for all the people on the trip, it was one of the defining happy memories was that blissful sleep that we had.
Absolutely.
Under the
They'll talk about
roofs.
that to the day they breathe their last breath. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's, for me, that's a key part of travel and enjoying the journey. It's the journey, isn't it? It's
100%.
Never the destination, in my opinion. It's never the destination.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I've had a few nightmare. I've done tours for other people, for other people's companies. You know, I've guided for them, and you know, sometimes you just have one of those tours, don't you, where everything just goes to rat poo. Like,
yeah,
I've had it where we've turned up and the hotel doesn't even exist. It's just been a con on Booking.com, and you're like, oh Jesus, you know, and like riders.
Crashes.
I've had crash. Well, I mean, sadly, we lost a chap earlier this year up in Scotland.
We lost one too.
Horrific. Yeah, you know, it's
Corsica.
a horrible experience to go through. Corsica.
Yeah.
Oh bloody hell! Heading there next year, crikey. Yeah, I mean, it's just horrible, isn't it? But it's part of riding, isn't it? It's just part of riding.
It absolutely is. I don't know what happened with your guy, but our guy, lovely guy, friend of a friend, came on the tour, just got into bikes, older gentleman. The coroner did not give an ultimate decision, but said in the end it was highly likely he had a heart attack, which then precipitated loss of control of the bike, and he went head on into a car. And we were 22 minutes resuscitated him until the professionals got there, because it's Corsica. They don't even have a helicopter, man. They don't have a helivac. Count your blessings. I've been on an air ambulance. I've had many friends taken on an air ambulance. I've seen people die from a lack of air ambulance. Air ambulances are one of the most treasured luxuries of being a biker in the modern age. They are really something.
Absolutely, for sure.
So bucket list. It's my turn, isn't it? I'd really like to take, going back to coast to coast. I know it sounds like the same thing again. I just want to take my kids across coast to coast, and my missus. I just want to like have a camper or a truck, and just go hotel, back roads, again, coast to coast, north to south, doesn't matter. Continental Divide. I would say that's a bucket list item, but I would definitely not want to do it like Guy Martin did it. Because Guy Martin cycled the Continental Divide, you know.
Did he?
Yeah. I think the TV rights are possibly, or I might be imagining this might be Mandela effect, but I'm pretty sure Guy Martin did the Continental Divide, and it was going to be a Channel 4 TV thing, and I don't know if it's ever been published. I might have to Google that right now.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I've never heard of it.
Have you ever seen the Continental Divide mountain bike race?
No, never.
Whoa, my man, you need to check that out. You're talking about cycling around the coast of the UK. Holy moly, you got to check it. They start on the Canadian border, and they go down to New Mexico, because obviously it's downhill, right? Yeah. And it's a phenomenal mountain bike race, and the fast guys do it in 25 days, and it's like 4,000 miles or
on a bike, on a push bike.
Yeah, it's called the Tour Divide. Yeah, he did do it. I told you he did it. I'm not going mental. He did do it. Guy Martin finishes world's toughest mountain bike race. So it is a bit of an underground movement, the Tour Divide.
Never even heard of it.
Hard. Yeah, it's very hard to get into it. It's a very strange and secretive event. There was a fantastic documentary, about 45 minutes or an hour, and you can buy it on Apple TV. And cost you a couple of quid. And it's the only way to watch it. It's the only way to find out about it, really. And the guy went and did it. And I think he did it about 36 days.
Jesus. And
you carry a GPS tracker with you so that the organizers can ascertain where you are. There's been a couple of people cheating. But it's a mountain bike race. 2,712 miles. It's 4,000 kilometers. It's 2,712 miles. And you do 200,000 feet of climbing. Yeah, it's wild. You're averaging over 100 miles a day on mountain bike trails. I mean,
wow.
I'm a bit of a closet cyclist. A lot of this gear behind me is mountain bike gear. And wow. Continental Divide, I'm going to nominate that as another bucket list thing, but I would just be happy if I could do it, because you have to do it in the season, because you've got up at Banff, the snow's hanging around till June. And you've just got to go as soon as the snow's clear. And a lot of Continental Divide YouTube videos that I've watched, people are starting and they get like 20 miles in, and they just hit the first bit of glacier, and they're like, "Oh bugger, we have to go back to the road."
Yeah,
it's a wild race. And Guy Martin did do it, and he was supposed to be doing a TV program about it, but I don't know whether it got caught in production hell. But 2016, did it?
Never seen it advertised. Yeah. It's funny what you said there about Banff in June. There's still snow. I crossed Canada in May, and I remember having to cross the Great Plains in Canada, which, in the middle there, it's just thousands of miles of nothing. It's just nothing. Flat. It was minus 38.
Have you looked at the map and looked at the latitudes, by the way, and figured out just how wild if you look at the latitude of like Ontario, which in your head, right, you know a bit about Canada, right? Ontario, winter is winter. Look at the latitude. It's crazy. It's like level with Spain. We're so blessed by our Gulf. I'm going to just quantify this. I might have been talking out my ass, but I'm pretty sure latitude of latitude map. Yeah. So, if you look at the latitude, there you go. So, like, the edge of, like, Labrador and all that, that's just level with France.
Really?
Yeah. Hudson Bay is level with Scotland.
So we're just protected by the Gulf Stream, basically.
We're just protected by the Gulf Stream.
Wow.
Like, because when you get into Poland, like now I've lived in Germany for a while and I've been around, East Europe and stuff like that. I've been through Poland in the depth of winter. Holy moly, are you like a long way from the Gulf Stream when you get out there? And you realize what these Russian winters are about. When you read your history books about Napoleon and Stalin and Hitler, and you realize that the armies marching east are just dying in January, you can see why, because the center of the continent, away from the sea effects and away from the Gulf, the Gulf Stream, it does get mighty cold. Yeah, so like I'm looking at a latitude map here, and the level of like North Dakota, which is North Dakota, we can agree is one of the chilliest places to ever be caught on a motorcycle in winter, is level with Paris, roughly.
Wow.
Yeah, the North Dakota-Canada border is level with Paris. And if you're like a Detroit guy, and that's pretty that's
nasty. Brutal when you see.
Yeah, that's level with Monaco.
Monaco's where you head in the winter, isn't it? Jeez.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. Like we'd winter in the south of France, and there you go. So
God, I never realised that.
Yeah, latitude. Just look at the latitude. It's pretty wild.
Right.
Anyway, sorry,
bucket list.
Diversion.
Bucket list item for me. I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but it's something I want to do.
Yeah.
I'm not committing yet, because when you commit, it has to happen. Something I would like to do is row the Atlantic.
Are you mad?
Again, I've seen people do it and just thought, I fancy some of that. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Have you ever flown over it and like looked out the window and just gone, that's bleak?
Yeah, but have you ever followed the Talisker challenge? You know, the row they do every every December, sort of January, February. I was just following I think it was during lockdown. I was following, or just before lockdown, I started following a couple of boats on Instagram, and I remember just thinking, "Oh!" And then you see the people that are doing it. You just look and you think, "Well, if you can do it, I can do it." Yeah,
they're normal people.
But everybody says it's not the, unless you're out there to set records, then obviously it is a physical effort. But there's other people that are just like, it's mental. It is the mental challenge. It's not the physical challenge. It's the mental challenge. Like, can you survive just mentally? Can you push yourself through that? And I quite like stuff like that, where you just go, right, okay, let's see, can you do it? Can you do it? But you need about 160 grand behind you to do it. So that's
Yeah, wow.
And again, it's a couple of months away from home and all that malarkey. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would put that there on a bucket list. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have, I'm very, very fortunate. I'm going to sound like a right spoiled bastard. A lot of my life goals I've already achieved, which is probably why I'm going to have like another midlife crisis at some point. But because I really wanted to be a ring taxi driver and ended up running my own ring taxi for a manufacturer. I wanted to race the N24 and I raced it like 8 times and I've actually turned it down last year. But there's still things out there that I'd like to do. I'm very intrigued talking about rowing the Atlantic. I'm very intrigued by the Azores and those little islands like Ascension Island, which was, that's got its place in history for that's a stopover point for the RAF on many interesting sorties. And there's these little islands in the middle of the Atlantic that are just like little bastions of humanity and civilization. I'd kind of like just to chill out there for a bit and see what's happening. Yeah. And the same goes for the Pacific. I'd love to see those places, but I enjoy traveling a lot, but I enjoy traveling by motorcycle more than any other traveling. So
same.
I'm not going to say it's a bucket list item to see the Azores or go to Ascension Island and look at the Atlantic. It's 1,000 miles in every direction, from the top of the hill. Because before I did any of that, I'd ride a motorbike north to south through Japan, or I'd ride a motorbike from the glaciers of Antarctica up to the Arctic Circle. I would like to go to, and I think I'm going to do this at some point. I am going to go to the Capo Nord, Nordcap. What's it called in English? North Cape.
Yeah, Nordcap. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I want to do it in winter.
Wow.
I want to do it in winter. So like in the depths of winter, like January, Christmas holiday. Go up to the North Cape
on a bike.
No, I think I might do it in the car. I might be a right wimp, and I might do it in the car. Now I know a guy called Marco who did it in the winter. And he tells me it's like life affirming stuff, but I think I'll probably just die because
he did it on a motorbike in the winter.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, did it on a XT600 with studs on it.
Jeez.
Yeah, you can get away with murder on studs. I've got a lot of Norwegian friends, and some of them will stud up their bikes just for the laugh and go out. And you'll see videos every year. Some of the Norwegian police actually do still ride bikes in winter on studs. They're not supposed to. They get special dispensation to do it, but they have to make a very good argument to do it. But you will see police bikes on studs. You'll see BMW RTs with studs in the tires up there. Oh. And studs you get away with a lot, and especially now you've got heated gear as well. You can get away with a lot. I've worked up in Norway.
Dale, oh no!
What are you doing in January, Bruce?
Yeah, no. Going to Nordcap.
I reckon my Tuareg would make it. Oh,
easy.
I'm dead confident in it. It's actually got all these people talking about shitty Aprilias, but I like my Tuareg. Could definitely stick some studs in that. You can do it yourself. Just buy a bag of studs off eBay, fresh out of China.
Well, you do it. We'll see how you get on. Right, and then...
I'm not doing it on my own. Somebody else has got to hold me as I freeze to death.
You got to do it by yourself. That's the challenge. You've got to do it by yourself.
No, I'm bad company.
Do you know what?
I'm only interested.
That was something that, I wasn't worried about it when I set off to do my big trip, but I did think to myself, how are you going to be just by yourself, just dealing with yourself? And I've got to say, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. I'm
because
okay
when you want company, you
go
and find it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think a goal drives me a lot. It's those moments in my life when I'm goalless that I become insular and circle in on myself. And then when you circle in on yourself emotionally, you kind of like get into a bad place. So,
same.
I think I'd love to do the North Cap in winter. And if I did it in a car, I'd want to do it in a Yaris, 1 litre, 68 horsepower Yaris, definitely. Yeah. If I did it on a bike, I would. I'd probably just do something really sensible because I'm a big believer in the middle class of adventure bikes at the moment. I think the middle class is where it's at, and I think people are finally getting it. And I'm now seeing the uptick in interest and go to Google Trends. and see how many people are interested in the CF Moto 450 and the Royal Enfield 450. And I think people are finally getting it, because I love a 1250, but in my head, a 1250 Beamer is a hot rod of a bike. It's a hot rod. It's a whacking engine. It's a huge engine that makes the character of the bike. It's like having a World War II fighter plane engine underneath you. It's part of the attraction of the 1250 is that weird and wonderful rocket ship of a motor that's in it, because the torque delivery is, from the 1200 onwards, it became pretty good. And then the 1250 was like epic with the shift cam. And the 1300 is just more of the same. And I think the middleweights is where it's at. So let's say middleweight adventure bike to the North Cape in winter, but only if I'm going with you.
Have you seen? Okay then. What have you done? Shit. I should not drink on this podcast. Fuck. I've got to cycle around the UK first, and now I'm going to North Cap.
Row across the Atlantic, and then we'll go to the North Cape.
I've not said I will row.
Okay. I must have misunderstood that.
I would like to row. It's on the bucket list of, but I've not said
I've got my GPS thing, so I've got my GPS emergency button, which, by the way, doesn't always work, but never mind.
Don't worry about it. Have you been to Norway?
Yeah, loads. I did some work up there, and I worked up there in winter. I was on call doing some IT stuff, so I was getting called up to the furthest north I went was Tromsø. Tromsø is one of the most northerly cities in the world. It's not really
beautiful little city, isn't it?
It is beautiful, but by heck is it northern. It's proper north. It's really north. And of course, you got to fly up there, because driving up there, people don't understand. But Norway, if you stretch it out, if you just take it on the globe and put it somewhere else and see it in scale, it's like from the tip of Seattle all the way down to Mexico. Yeah. It is a huge coastline. It's absolutely epic. And it only goes north. You start in Oslo, you're already the same level as Edinburgh. And then from there, whoosh, you go north, up into the Arctic Circle, deep into the Arctic Circle. Guys in the north of Norway, they're fishing king crab out the sea through half a meter of ice in winter.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's proper Arctic, yeah. Love it. Love Norway. Love Norway. Absolutely love it. It's a great country.
I remember it took me something like 3 weeks to get from Oslo to Nordkapp. But I went Oslo across to Stavanger. I had a couple of days in Stavanger meeting with them, a sponsor, and then sort of did all the stuff heading up the sort of western coast.
Yes.
I did Lofoten, went to Lofoten Islands, did all that. And I remember I got to Mo i Rana and I needed a new tyre. And I had to wait like 5 days for a tyre to arrive at this tyre place. And then from there, I went to the Arctic Circle Raceway, because I met a bloke in a pub in Oslo who was mates with the caretaker of the circuit.
And he let you on.
Yeah, and he just turned up in his truck and opened up, unpadlocked it. And he had to go and brush all the moose shit off the circuit first, because it hadn't been opened yet.
Amazing.
This was like, when was this? Early May. Yeah, early May. Yeah. So they got rid of all that. And then I'm sure I was still another 4 or 5 days riding up to Tromsø and then right across the top to get to Nordkapp. Took forever to get up. But what a beautiful country. Just stunning.
There's a 24-hour race at the Arctic Raceway, the Arctic Circle Raceway. And it's 24 hours in daylight, of course, because it's Midsummer's festival. So they have a 24-hour race on the Midsummer's night, and it's a 24-hour race in the light, so you don't need headlights. It's a beautiful country, is Norway. I don't think people understand how naturally beautiful it is, because you get to Scotland, and you take the average English guy to the north of Scotland and send them across the Highlands on a motorbike, and they're like gobsmacked. Generally, when I've took tours up there, people are gobsmacked. This is a day's ride from my house.
They don't realise we have this in the UK, do they? They're just like, oh my God.
They don't. They've been to Wales and they go, okay, I think I've seen something beautiful. But you ride a whole day across the Highlands and go from coast to coast and do that that run over and do Applecross and have some fish and chips and people are like blown away, and you take that feeling and just stick another boost on top of it, another few percentage, and that's the feeling going through Norway for me. I loved it.
Love it. Love it.
I went through it. Last time I went through was in the perpetual dark in an electric car, afraid to say, because Norway's huge on electric cars. And it was minus 30. I don't want to over egg the pudding, but I think the best I saw was like minus 36.
Jeez.
And I went outside and I thought, I'm going to have a wee in minus 36. I just want to see what it's like. Well,
Couldn't find it.
I had the full body shivers. I got back into the car and I didn't even know if I'd left it outside because I couldn't feel it.
Snapped it off.
Could have snapped off. It was, a deep, dark, clear night in the middle of the mountains, a bit of a howling wind, and it was minus 30 something. I remember one of the towns I stopped at was called Donbass, and this was on the way to, because it was all airport stuff I was doing. So Ålesund, I was on my way to Ålesund, and very, 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 very cool country to go across, summer or winter. Love it to bits. Definitely would like to do North Cape. I
remember when I got to Lofoten, the Lofoten Islands. I ended up staying with a family there, and they said, "Oh, do you want to come out? We're going to do a barbecue tonight to see the midnight sun." So I was like, "Sorry, what?" And she said, "Yeah, come with us. We'll show you." And it's one of these special places where you go out onto this little bay at the edge of the island, obviously looking out in the horizon, and they had a barbecue going. We're eating whale. Like barbecued whale, which was, I hate to say it, one of my charities was Born Free, but this whale meat was amazing.
Do you know, I've ate whale as well, and I didn't know I was eating it. I was like, this is amazing. What's this?
Yeah, it's like one of the best steaks I've ever had.
It's a cetacean. I really like whales. I don't believe in whale hunting, and now I've just had whale. I'm going to live with myself.
Same. But yeah, we sat there and we watched. Literally, it got to like 1 a.m. And just remember watching. You had to put shades on. You watched the sun come down, and it just kissed the horizon and then bounced straight back up again. You're like, wow, that's amazing. That was amazing. I was really lucky in Norway because although it was May, it hit into the 30s already at some points. Wow. Some days were a bit nippy, but other days were really quite warm.
When I've got good friends up there, and they're always very happy when it's over 20. Yeah. Anything north of Oslo, if it's over 20, that's a warm day, you know. 22, 23, 24 is like really pleasant weather.
It might have been in the 20s. I might have been hyping that up in the 30s. Yeah, it was in the 20s. Yeah. Long time ago now. A lot of beer was involved.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so where are we at with a bucket list then? Mongolia. I want to do Mongolia.
Oh, yeah.
I want to ride my Jigsaw Thou across Mongolia because that's what I meant to do. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do on
mate.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the reason I couldn't on the world trip. I'd already snapped. I snapped the subframe, the rear subframe, 4 times. 3 different rear subframes, and I snapped it 4 times, and it snapped for the second time crossing Russia, just before I was going to head south and cross into Mongolia. So I just sort of took the executive decision. Probably not a good idea to take the Jigsaw with a broken back into Mongolia, so I didn't. But Mongolia, you know, I remember seeing Long Way Round on the telly with Charlie and Ewan, and it was the Mongolia bit that lit the fire with me, that I just looked and said, I need to do that. I want to do that. So that sort of kick-started the whole thing for me. So it's still there in me. I'm like, although I've done the trip, I'm like, I haven't ridden around the world because I haven't done Mongolia yet, so I still want to go back there and do that.
I loved Long Way Round when it came out, and I think, you know, looking back, we all understand it was a pivotal moment in motorcycling. We didn't know it at the time, and certainly KTM didn't know it at the time, did they? Talk about the one that got away. Yeah. But I think it was a pivotal moment for many motorcyclists. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And like you say, I think for me, it was Kazakhstan into Mongolia. Yeah. That was when I think it was on Sky TV, wasn't it? And it was Sky One. It was Sky One. And I just loved it. I saw those vast plains and just like the roads that are like 20 roads just coming in and then coming out. And it's just tracks through the fields, isn't it? Yeah. And sometimes there's a muddy bit. And do you remember when they just kept getting stuck in the mud? They were just... I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to lead into my final bucket list thing. And again, I'd love to do it. I don't know whether I will because it's out of my control. But my favorite television program of the last 10 years is Race Around the World.
Oh, I've never watched it.
Oh my God.
I've never seen it.
So the very first Race Around the World was pre-COVID. And unlike the last few episodes, last few seasons, the first season was genuinely around the world. It was from London over to Singapore, I think. And you had to go from point A to point B with a man with a GoPro following you. Mm-hmm. And you had the airfare as cash, but no cards, no phones. And it means that the journey is the highlight. The journey is the highlight. Now, they've done subsequent seasons where they've said, go across Canada or go across Asia. But the first one they started in the UK and they had to get to Singapore. Wow. And it was wild. Mum and dad, father and son. Some of them had never been outside of Europe, and they're trying to negotiate a bus fare to get across the Caspian Sea.
Wow.
It's just the most incredible premise for a program, and I'm like, that is my shit. That's what I want. Give me that challenge, and I'm off. I'm gonna be doing that. I love it. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be sleeping in the bus stops. I'll be on the overnight buses. Love it.
Try and keep as much cash as possible. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I've still got my. I'm sure if any of your readers, viewers are thinking of traveling around the world,
the money belt.
Put it somewhere where people can't figure out where it is, because you never know when you need to plead how poor you are and how you're just a hippie trying to travel around, and without anybody knowing that you've probably got equivalent to their wages. You're probably carrying half a year's wages with you. Like, I know when I was in Peru, I had all the money for all the bikes for all of us and all the accommodation pretty much as cash, because most of it they didn't do digital, so you just carried it as cash. And I was very aware, watching people get robbed and stuff. You're like, if they figure out I'm a gringo here with 4 months wages in my cash belt, we'll have some issues. Yeah,
I'm a big advocate of travel, and I always say on this podcast that people are good, and people are good. 99.9% of people are good, but there are wrongins out there for sure, and they are very aware these days that when they see the gringo turning up, especially if you're on a bike, they're like, okay, we know you got the money on you, and they know all the places where we normally hide it. You put them in your boots, you put them down your pants, you put cash all over the place. But there are a couple of places that I'll not say on this podcast, but if you need to know, get in touch and I'll let you know. And there are some pretty ingenious places that you can hide money for sure.
Yeah.
And you need to, because
you don't want to give them the temptation, do you? Because like you said, 99.9% of people you meet when you're traveling are intrigued by the fact that you're there and helpful in helping you accomplish your goals of just getting to the next town, which for them is like, oh, it's just over there that you're going. Go this way, go that way. I'll take you in the truck.
Yeah.
Oh, you need one of these? Oh, it's just a battery. We can get one of them. I'll go pick it up. I'm going that way anyway. I'm going to pick up a lunch, pick you up a battery, and bring it back to you. Mm-hmm. But also, if you literally have temptation waved under their noses, you don't know who's going to do what. So it pays to be wise. I don't know where you stash your money, but I can probably guess. So
all over the place.
All over the place.
Yeah.
So sure. I want to do Race Around the World. I want to be one of the contenders. I want to be one of the contestants on Race Around the World. That would be amazing. I don't want to do it for the fame. I just want to do it to have a really good excuse to competitively race across the world with nothing more than the cash in the cash belt and your passport. That sounds mega.
I mean, that's such a good premise. I've seen it on like the TV guide and stuff, but it's never compelled me to watch it. Now I want to watch it. I want to see. There's
a wee bit of production value going into it. You know what it's like when producers, like, it's not as bad as Top Gear is like highly overproduced in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But it's nowhere near as bad as that. And there's a lot of genuinely human moments in it which make it very appealing. But the very first one, it's all on iPlayer. You can just download it on iPlayer. I mean, if you live in the UK, obviously I don't live in the UK, so I'm not allowed to watch iPlayer. So I'm sure I've probably not set up a fake VPN or anything to do that.
No, not at all.
Really
What's a VPN?
I don't even know. Visual penis November. Don't know. So want to be a contestant in Race Around the World. So
Gotcha.
I think is that all of us? We done 5 each?
It'll do me. We'll still be doing this forever. Right.
Yeah,
cheers for that, Davey. There's a fair few things for us to plan there, I think, by the sound of it. Next one, Dazador 45. Evening, gents. How you doing, Daza? Apologies, but a 2-part question for Dale and yourself, Bruce, if you wish to answer. What has been the weirdest vehicle you've experienced driving or riding, and which was also the scariest experience? So, weirdest experience and scariest.
Scariest. I'm not that scared. I'm trying to think. Like, most of the times I've been genuinely scared, it's been very silly stuff that is not really, I shouldn't be scared. The most scared I've been was crossing a rickety bridge on foot across a gorge in South America. And I was like halfway across when I realized that no locals had been over this and that the moss that was growing on there had no footprints in it. And that was when the fear hit, because the momentum of the adrenaline and the dumb idea carried me to the middle of the bridge, and then the fear got me in the middle of the bridge. So that's the most scared I've been, but it wasn't really a vehicle. I've been in some ridiculous vehicles. I've done some awesome stuff. Like when KTM took us down to, like, when I was like 20 years old and we were bouncing off dunes on prototype Dakar bikes, one of the support vehicles they used to get around was a Red Bull sponsored KTM support truck, tool truck. Because they ran the Dakar, they would run the truck class as a competitor, but also carry the spares and the tools for the bikes.
You're kidding.
Part of the deal. So yeah, so like, say you're a truck racer doing Dakar, KTM would come and say to you, so do you want some sponsorship? Because we'll bring Red Bull, we'll bring orange stickers, and we'll do up your entire truck. And here's the wheels you're going to carry, and here's the engines you're going to carry, and here's all the chassis. And your third man, your mechanic for the truck, the third seat in the jump seat, he's a KTM mechanic. And now you've got your sponsorship. Do you want to do it? And so I was in one of those, a Land Cruiser. I've been to Dubai a lot, Qatar. I've done dune bashing. Oh yeah, that was fear. I'll tell you what was fear. Some dude in the big white robe. I was doing a car feature for Piston Heads back when I was Piston Heads contributor, and he said, "Oh, you're from Piston Heads. I know you. I know you. Yeah, come on. We're going out this evening. We're going to do some cruising." I'm like, "Oh, cruising in Dubai. That sounds fun, right? Cool." He takes me out in his Land Cruiser and puts it up on 2 wheels about 30 seconds into the trip. Just whoop up on 2 wheels. Whoa. And I was like,
along the road.
Yeah, along the road, middle of the day, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Gets out, changes the wheel. I've seen that video.
Yeah. He didn't get out and change the wheel. He did that. Then we went into the dunes. He bashed it around the dunes. I thought several times, this man has no sense of fear. We were going up a dune at the same time as people were going across the top, and he was doing little jumps, which felt like they were huge. And when I got out of the car and watched him doing it, the car was like this far in the air.
Yeah.
But, he was running a 2JZ, running about 450, 500 horsepower in a Land Cruiser, and just sending it blind. Just the whole inshallah thing, It's the will of Allah. If Allah wants me to die, then Allah's going to take me. And Allah doesn't want me to die, so I'll probably be fine. Just 500 horsepower, 2-bar boost, whoosh, over the top of a dune. Yeah, that was actually that. I think that was the most scared I've been in the car. I think the most scared was definitely when I realized he was just putting it up on 2 wheels, and I just hung on and was like, "Oh shit!" I thought, because I've been in rolled over cars a couple of times, so I've had the glass in my mouth. I know what it is, and once you've got that in your head, you are aware of it. But I genuinely thought I was going to die. I was like, shit! This is not the way to go. Is it the back seat of a Land Cruiser with glass in your forehead? Yeah. Yeah, so fast and ridiculous and scared.
So that's all in one then. That.
Yeah, that's it. Everything.
God. Weirdest thing, I think. Weirdest thing. I think I've had quite a sheltered upbringing. The weirdest thing I think I've I've ridden is it's going to be the Euro. It's going to be the Euro sidecar. I went up with the sidecar guys and did the Euro, and then like the road riding was an experience, but then they whacked it into 2-wheel drive, and we went like green laning. We were going down like combine harvester tracks through the field, through the mud. These things are incredible. They don't stop. They just keep going. I'm not a big fan of off-road, but I'd gladly do it on that Ural. It just plows its way through.
Ural to the North Cap, just floating it.
Oh.
You and me and a dog.
And a dog. Joe, that might be how I can sell it by the wife. Take the dog.
Take the dog. There you go. She doesn't have to look after the dog.
Whoa.
You're not abandoning her.
My dog's an idiot. That could be fun.
I love all the Instagram videos of Urals with dogs in the sidecar, especially when it's a big dog, like a big dog with jowls in the sidecar, having the time of his life.
There's loads of them now, isn't there? Brilliant.
Yeah.
I think the weirdest thing I've ever driven. I used to labour on a building site before I went to uni, and I remember the day I passed my driving test, turning back up at the site, and the gaffer went, "Did you pass?" I said, "I've passed." He said, "Excellent." Threw me some keys, which was the work van, and he said, "You need to get to the quarry. There's a job for you." So I drove to the quarry, which was like 5 mile outside the town, turned up at the quarry, and they gave me the keys to like a 10-ton, they called it the Shawnee pull, the shite pull.
Oh, my webcam's just overheated.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's still running.
Right.
It just told me it's overheated.
Yeah, they chucked me the keys to this big 10-ton earth mover. So literally, I got that. The big excavator came along, loaded that thing up to the gunnels, and then I had to just pass my test. I've got to drive that on the public roads to wherever the hell that was being delivered. And it was just, I think I was going about 8 miles an hour, but it was awesome. I got to put it in the hare mode. There's a turtle mode and the hare mode. Whack it in hare mode, and off we went. Great fun.
Wow.
Yeah. Cheers for that one, Dazza. Third last one here on Patreon. Patrick Collum. Evening, gents. My question. Given your many laps around the ring, what has been the most surprising thing you've ever seen? Could be good, bad, ugly, or just plain bizarre.
I'm not going to do ugly because you can imagine the ugliest that I've seen is jet washing the car afterwards. The funniest things I've seen all kinds of daft stuff. I've seen a couple of years ago, I was doing one of the taxi laps and I came around the corner and there's a dude with a Corvette and he looks like he's got a technical problem because the hazards are on and he's pulled over. This is on a live racetrack. He's pulled over. 10 minutes later, I'm coming around with the next set of customers. He's got a tripod out and he's filming his YouTube intro in the middle of the track. And it was a midweek night. And for whatever reason, nobody had reported it. Like I was the only taxi out and I had a radio and the other taxis weren't running. It was a bit cold and it was a bit miserable. And it was one of those weird, rare, quiet nights. And I radioed it. And I said, there's a dude filming on the track and the controller like, "There's what?" I'm like, because I'm doing it in German. And they're like, "Oh, Dale's got his German wrong." They just said there's a guy standing in the middle of the track with a tripod filming an intro. And he was genuinely filming an intro with a tripod and a video recorder and welcome to the Nurburgring. And here I am at the side of the track.
Wow.
On a live racetrack. So that was a weird one. We've had many close calls that you would never predict. For example, one day, 2009-ish, we had a little contract to do some taxi laps. We agreed with the Nurburgring we would do it after Touristfahrten had finished. It was from 8 o'clock till 8:30, and we were doing 3 laps, 3 cars, 9 guests. And the track has a covenant, an agreement with the town that they can be off the track by 9 o'clock. In those days, it's now much earlier. It's 8 o'clock now. So we were doing it into the gloaming twilight. To go into my journalism for a moment, into the gloaming twilight, I am driving this Clio 197, 197, flat out into the foxhole, and there's a dude on a bicycle who's decided, oh look, cars have stopped going round. 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, nothing's on the track after 8 o'clock.
Oh no.
So he'll just cycle down it. And of course, my headlights just picked him out as I went into the deepest, darkest bit of the foxhole. And I just jinxed and missed him. and I was flat out doing
Jesus.
200 kilometers an hour, and he was head on with me, and he was, and he had his shopping bags. I remember distinctly, older gentleman, classic shopping bike, and he had his shopping bags hung over the handlebars, and he was like in the granny gear doing about two kilometers per hour because he was going uphill and I'm coming downhill. Yeah, that was close. And I've been on the receiving end of that as well. I used to live one side of the track and I used to walk home, and I used to walk with my dog, and I would often be with guests and customers until 8ish, 9ish, and then I would walk home and get home at 10. And obviously, getting dark at about 10 in the middle of June. So it was just before 9 o'clock when I thought to myself, wow, that sounds a lot like a Lamborghini on the public road, because I had my back to floodplaats, and the main road to Adenau runs underneath it under a bridge. So I'm like listening to this Lamborghini climbing through the gears, thinking, oh yeah, that's the new V10, the new Huracan at the time. No, the new Gallardo. It was a Gallardo at the time. This dates it. And I'm like, man, he's into third gear. He's into fourth gear. And as I think he's into fourth gear, I'm like running for my dog. And I scoop the dog and I go over the guardrail. This is the time before the chain link fences. And about 3 or 4 seconds later, the noise goes from being like in the distance to being in earshot, direct line of sight. And I realize as I'm looking over the guardrail, there goes Hans Joachim Stuck doing a lap record attempt in a Lamborghini that was completely unadvertised, and I was walking my dog on the track because that's what it was like in the old days.
Wow.
Yeah. And I can say it now because it's years ago and I'm sure nobody cares, but we used to get onto the Nordschleife in the middle of winter and just go around in the snow. I once took my kids sledging from the carousel to Hoheacht, and I took my 4x4 through the forest, unloaded the kids onto the sledges, put the sledges, attached them to the tow hook, and put it in 4 low, and we're just dragging them up the hill through the carousel up to the top of Hoheacht and letting them sledge down again, and then picking them up at the bottom and dragging them up on the track. I did that for like a whole afternoon, and nobody even came to tell me no. Because in those days, there was no fences next to the track. If you knew where the track was in the forest, you could just drive up to the track on the forest.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's not that long ago. I mean, that's like, that would be after my son was born, my eldest son was born in 2010. So that would have been 2014, I guess, 2013.
Bloody hell.
You can't do that now. It's all locked. It's got intelligent AI driven cameras. The security guys going around it.
Yeah.
I can say I made £150 off a 40-foot penis one time because I sold the story and the photo to the Sun, who got to run the headline that I always wanted, which was 40-foot phallus closes the Nurburgring. Because somebody painted, with Dulux, mind you, painted a 40-foot penis on the Nurburgring that meant that we couldn't run. We had to wait for it to be jet washed off because it was an oily film of paint in the shape of a giant 40-foot penis on the racing line. Giant penis closes the Nurburgring.
I have a large penis story if you'd like to.
Go on, please. This fits the theme, right? We're something strange.
In a former life, I was a police officer in London. And I finished my career in diplomatic protection, but nothing sexy, just, the bloke that stands outside, the copper that stands outside number 10. That's basically what I used to do. So one of the posts that we had was at the back of Downing Street where Horse Guards Parade is, where they do all the ceremonial stuff. So one winter, you used to have to basically, you would stand out there for 2 hours. You just do stag, 2 on, 2 off, 2 on, 2 off. That's basically what your life was. So, and we used to rotate. So there was like a bomb-proof box, which was one of the posts, and then there was another post that actually stood out at the back of the barracks. What kind of
era this was? Was this like 90s?
Oh no! This was I left the old bill a month before COVID. So this would have been.
Wow.
This was, I think,
we're not talking IRA threats or anything then.
No. Well, it was, like we got caught up in the terror attacks in London. That was basically, it was one of our lads that got killed sadly down at Parliament. But so when this happened, this would have been about 2010, 2011, something like
Right.
that. So it's during the winter, snow outside, snowing all night. And the guy that I was sort of on stag with, I'm in the box, he's out on the parade square. And normally you would rotate, you'd do like 20 minutes or half hour, and then the outside would come in and would go out, just to keep yourselves alert and warm. But he didn't want to come in. He was like, no, I'm fine. And I'm watching him from this box, and he's just shuffling all round the parade square. So I was like, what's he doing? Didn't think anything of it. So I came in, massive big smile on his face. The day shift turn up, we swap. So that's that. All go home. Boom. Turns out, yeah, he's been entertaining himself, hasn't he, during the night, just drawing things on the parade square. A
massive one.
Yep. And the next day, there's an event in London. So they have India 99, which is the police helicopter, and it is flying around London, obviously, and sending all of the feeds back to Scotland Yard for them to see. And they just happened to be flying over the back of Downing Street of something going on, like up Trafalgar Square way. But as they go over over the square, this massive, like, oh God, how big is it? 300-400 foot penis has been drawn because he's just been shuffling his feet like that, and he's just drawn this massive cock on the parade square, and it just got fed straight back to Scotland Yard. Commissioners looking at it, just like, right, straight on the phone, because it can only be us that's done it. Do you know what I mean?
It's one or two of you, right? It's one of two of you.
Yeah. So obviously you've been on nights, and then you get a phone call during the day, like, get your arse in here. Was it me? Yeah, he's no longer there, funnily enough, sadly.
Funny that. Wow.
Anyway, right. Cheers for that, Patrick. Next one, another Patrick. Hi to you both. Can I ask Dale, which were the best and worst cars and bikes you've tried around the Nurburgring? And Bruce, when will we have the second part of the interview with Jane? Jane's probably going to be in the new year, I think. She's coming on again for the second part. So, best and worst bikes and cars.
I think one of the best bikes I've ever ridden around the Nurburgring, for fun, just for fun, not for speed, just for fun. One of the best bikes I've ever ridden. It's going to sound daft. I'm going to say it was my 1250 GS, because I just used to honk, snorting great wheelies off everything. If a bike came past me, it was clearly because they were riding a sports bike, and there's no way that I could overtake them. And everything that I overtook on my GS was like, no, you just got overtook by a GS. And, you know, I'd make a point of like hoiking it in third gear over the smallest bump just to make a massive wheelie. And I loved it. And the worst bike I ever took around there is a bike I actually really love. But it was so bad around the Nurburgring. It deserves mention. The Yamaha MT-01. Do you ever remember those? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Terrible on the Nurburgring. Beautiful bike on the road. Great engine. Crazy idea for a bike, you know, a Yamaha Harley engine in a Yamaha. Well, as it turns out, looking at it now through the lens of time, the MT was seminal. You know, it created an entire design language for Yamaha that is still to this day an integral part of what makes Yamaha is that MT design language. And at the time, the MT-01 was just this crazy concept bike that somebody had greenlit into production. We took it around the Nurburgring, and Jesus, I swear to God, we were taking about 0.5 kilo of metal off it every lap. It would just grind out in the most obscene way with massive iron, golden, warm iron sparks trailing behind it out of every corner. And it was really difficult. It was trying to kill you because it gave you this impression that it would go round a corner fast. But the moment you committed to a corner fast, the suspension would say, nah,
you realize it didn't.
Yeah, whoa. You had the oscillation this way, you had the oscillation sideways through the chassis, and it was like the swing arm was going this way, the headstock was going that way, the engine's pushing it down, the swing arm's trying to go under the, you know, it had that whole R1 thing going on with the long swing arm, but it never really worked. Yeah, hideous bike to go fast on. Hideous bike. Yeah, the worst bike I ever took around the Nurburgring. Would do it again.
Definitely, yeah.
Cars. I've took some real shitters around the ring. Like people have brought me their old shit boxes, and I've still loved it. I've got a Toyota Yaris. Though if I mentioned the Yaris, but listen, the Yaris is really good, right? So I've got a Yaris. I've got a 1000cc Yaris, full roll cage, semi-slicks, racing suspension, fully adjustable, seats, harnesses, everything stripped out, 68 horsepower at the crank, probably 50 at the wheels.
Yeah.
That is one of the most hilarious cars to take around. Now, don't get me wrong. I've driven like GT3 cars. I've driven proper race cars. I've driven all kinds of stuff. But the best race I've ever driven for fun and for the racing spirit was the 24 Hours of Spa in Citroens. And it's a specific weekend. And they have many different classes. And most of them are 2CV based. And the prototype 2CVs are BMW Boxer engines, because the 2CV is a Boxer. It's an air-cooled 600cc Boxer, like a motorbike Boxer. And the prototypes are allowed to transplant for BMW engines, and they run big cams and high compression, and they're in 2CVs, and they've got freaking 105 horsepower at the wheels with rubber suspension and swing arms, like no double wishbones that do this and keep the camber. No, just arms that swing in. So when the suspension goes down, it goes that way, and when the suspension goes up, the wheels go that way, and it just goes whee like that. And up front, you've got 100 horsepower with a sequential gearbox. Front wheel drive. They are, by the way, they're front wheel drive. Horrendous things. Yeah. So 24 hours racing Citroens. I raced the C1, which was the 68 horsepower Toyota-based thing. Toyota Igo, but it's a C1. That was amazing. One of the best race cars I've ever driven. One of the best races I've ever done. You're only allowed normally 68 bikes on Spa, and you're only allowed 48 cars on Spa. Mm. But for the Citroen weekend, they just decide to throw the rule book away. And you have a 7-kilometer circuit with 120 cars on it.
Jesus.
It's chaos.
It must be like Demolition Derby.
No, because it's a 24-hour race. You can't really go rubbing. You've got to keep it clean. But the pelotons that you get can be 10 cars. Because the thing is, when you've only got 68 horsepower, so much of the track is flat out. The toe, when you're in a bubble EcoBox city car, the bubble behind the car is like a car and a half's length. So you get like a car length from the C1 in front, and all of a sudden the rev counter climbs, and you're like, this is it. This is the toe. And this is all happening at like 60 miles an hour, like max. Yeah. But you're like, this is it. This is the toe, and then whoosh. And the peloton is just like the bike peloton when you're watching Tour de France, and like the guy at the front is leading, and then all of a sudden he just goes all the way to the back, and then works his way forward again. And you're doing that like every lap in a C1. Mega thing. So that's like one of the strangest, weirdest race cars I've ever, and also one of the best is racing.
Sounds such a giggle though.
1000cc naturally aspirated full size cars.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. What and bikes? Best bike I've ever ridden on edge. Yes, I think I said that. Worst bike, MT-01. Yeah, I think that's good. I've driven a really bad car. I thought I was going to drive a really bad car, but it turned out to be loads of fun. I took a Range Rover around because I used to work for Jaguar Land Rover. And I thought to myself, this is a bit of a shot in the dark. But I said to upper management, can I take the Range Rover SVR as a taxi? And they were like, it's not made for that. I'm like, yeah, but imagine
that's
people's
why I want
faces
to do it.
when they get out of the Range Rover and it's just overtook a Porsche. And they were like, okay. So I thought it was going to be a bit of a hard sell. Turns out it was the best taxi we ever ran. So there's no such thing as a bad car at the Nurburgring, because if you're at the Nurburgring and you're going around it, man, you're winning. You're having a great time. I've took some real shitters around there, and I've still had fun. 68 horsepower, 50 horsepower. I've been round it in a Trabant. That's a glass fiber 2-stroke. For anybody that doesn't know what Trabant is, go Google it. It's a hateful symbol of communism. It's a disgusting car. It really is in every sense. However, if you take one around the Nurburgring, I challenge you not to smile. You cannot do a lap of the Nurburgring without smiling. So no bad cars, only bad drivers.
You mentioned Jaguar Land Rover. Are you aware of the Will not.
Now, listen, normally I'm the guy, being the liberal lefty journo that I am. I'm normally the guy saying, my man, that ain't woke. That's just called human rights. Get with the program, brother. However, even I, a lefty liberal journo, watched that and went, oh.
Yeah.
No.
How to kill a brand completely.
How to alienate your entire alpha male white customer base in one fell swoop. In one fell swoop. I was just like, they must be really confident in whatever's coming next, because they ain't got a car to show yet. They ain't got a plan that they've released or unveiled, and yet they're willing to spend $1 million on a rainbow collage of people with cushions attached to the clothing. Yeah, it's a bold move, eh?
I thought it was a skit. I thought it was like, is this someone taking the mick?
Right?
But no, it's genuine. Wow.
Yeah, I actually swiped past it. I saw it on Instagram, and I was like, bullshit perfume are they selling me here? And just tried to swipe past it, and I was like, oh, whoa, hold on. Did that say Jaguar? Yeah. And I went back and again, we were talking about this with the petrol cars and the electrics. Will electrics ever be sexier than petrol? And I think for a certain generation, they never will. Man, I remember when Jaguar were racing Group C cars with V12 engines, the old Silk Cuts with the big Leaper. The Leaper is the Jaguar, the logo. And to go from that, and to go from when I was there, when I was doing my thing, I had Project 8, which was the ultimate fastest Jaguar this side of an XJ220. And to see them do that was, I won't lie. I mean, I've got friends who still work there at Jaguar, and I just got straight on the old WhatsApp and started ripping them. I was like, hey, how's the new uniforms? When do they arrive, boys?
Yeah, I follow Chris Harris, obviously, and Joe
Emergency podcast. The emergency podcast.
Wait.
Stop. Well, we need to make a podcast.
The that was the first thing I knew about the Jaguar thing was just their Instagram accounts. Maybe I'd done what you'd done. I just sort of swiped through it thinking, what's this? Just get rid of it. But yeah, I saw it on theirs, and oh wow, like they're like a dog with a bone. They're not letting this go, are they? The whole, I think
Did you
Jaguar
see the replies, the comments. It was like a chatbot was replying to it.
Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it?
Very weird, yeah. I thought the replies, I actually didn't share the video because I thought I'm just going to be some old guy being upset about stuff, Old man points at sky, cloud. I thought I was going to be that guy from The Simpsons, Abe Simpson. But when I saw the comments being posted by the chatbot or whatever it was that was doing it, like it felt like some sort of woke AI was holding the upper management to hostage. Yeah. My man, that was weird stuff.
It's going to be interesting. Going to be interesting to develop. Like you said, I mean, maybe
if they make a car that lives up to it.
Maybe they've got an ace hidden up their sleeve. Who knows? But wow, who knows? Anyway, if you don't know what we're talking about, folks, get yourself on Instagram or any of the social media platforms and just have a look at what Jaguar are currently doing at the moment. This is 21st of November, 2024. Just have a little look. Anyway, last one from Patreon. Steve Collins. Are you quicker than Mika?
Mika. Oh, Misha.
Misha,
sorry. Oh, my
Misha.
God. Everybody asks me this. And listen, Misha himself will always comment on anything that involves him at all. I am primarily, I have done what I've done because I was pretty handy behind the wheel and I'm an okay driver and I'm a safe pair of hands. If you look at my lap times when I jump into a championship in a car and I go in cold and I go into a competitive championship, I might not win, but I'm never beyond halfway through the pack, even in a car that I don't know. If you do the same for Misha, you'll draw your own conclusions. And that's as much as I'm going to say. But
right, you
ask any racing driver if you're the fastest, and if they say they're not a fucking racing driver. So yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah, I know my place. I'm a terrible bike racer. I really am. My ambition far outweighs my talent. But in a car, I'm I'm all right. I've got a few lap records in my cars in class, and I've always been right at the front. So anytime it's just been the driver making the difference, I've always liked to think I can make that difference. And if you don't think that, you're not a real racing driver.
I think that sort of mentality is what. Obviously, you need to have the ability, you need to have the skill there, but you need to have that mental strength.
You do to win a championship.
Belief. Yeah,
you
absolutely.
do to win a championship, because, like I was talking about with the whole men's mental health thing, there will be dark days and there will be dark times, and even a 20-minute race, there can be elation and there can be sorrow and there can be despair, and there can be times where you just feel like driving it into a ditch because it would get you out of this situation quicker, and particularly when you are driving for a team that you love and you're driving for every mechanic who's laid a finger on that car and the guy who owns the car, and they're all waiting for you to come back and plant that trophy on the conference table on Monday morning and say, there you go, boys, that's what your sponsorship money got you.
Yeah.
And to have that disappear in an instant because some prat behind you has locked up and took you out on the way into a hairpin, that's racing. But having the mental will to gather it up and make it to the end of the race and be like, because the number of times I've finished a race with a car that worked the same as what it worked at the start is very few. Very few. Most of the time, you are given a car in an endurance race, which is what I did. You are given a car and it is held together by duct tape, zip ties, and the good intentions of the entire team. Because one person got hit by another car, somebody else ran it through a ditch, and now the cambers are off, or the toes off, and you got a steering wheel that sits like this so they'd be straight. You got a wheel that's missing a balance. I mean, I've pulled cars over and kicked bits straight. I've changed wheels at the side of the track. I've made a radio call to say, send the van to this track in the forest and then go left at the big tree, because you're going to meet me here, and we got to put a tire on this. Because if you get the truck back, then you didn't complete the race under your own steam, so you're out of the results.
Right.
You can finish it emotionally, and you can do 24 hours, but you're not in the results. Nicht gewertet auf Deutsch. You're not valid. It's not a valid result. In Le Mans, if another person touches the car outside of the pit lane, it don't count. You can carry on if you want, but you're not in the results. You're not in the results. Like, if you are broken down, you have to push that car yourself to the pits, or you have to fix it yourself with things that are in the car. So a lot of the 24-hour races that we did, I would have a toolkit stashed.
In the back of the motor?
Not in the back. It would be certain items, like just enough. So you'd have a wheel brace and you'd have it like Jubilee clipped to the inside of the roll cage and stuff like that. Never in for scrutineering, because that kind of shit's like, they're like, what's this and how will it come loose? But you always want to have a couple of wheel nuts handy, because wheel nuts are a thing. You can torque them, and then one day they just untorque themselves. Wheel nuts are always a thing. Cross-threaded wheel nuts, whether that's when the mechanic uses the gun and they put wheel nut on, they throw it onto the bolt, and they don't realize, but they've just cross-threaded it all the way on. And then later in the race, like an hour later, it's like the final piece of alloy falls out, the thread is just clear, and the nut drops off, and then you've got 4 nuts holding it on, or 3 nuts holding it on. Jeez. And before you know it, there's a wheel coming off. So having a few wheel nuts, having a spanner, stuff like that, that's what marks the men from the boys. Mm-hmm. When you see people just throwing the tantrum and, the car doesn't work, woe is me. I'm like, imagine being on that guy's team, especially when you're talking endurance racing, talking 10 to 15 guys are quite often responsible for a car. And you as the driver are carrying everybody's hopes and dreams for that event, which is normally once a year, because each endurance race is normally once a year, like N24 and Spa 24 and Zolder 24. I've done Barcelona 24. They're once a year, you pack everything into a truck and go down to Barcelona. Like I did Barcelona 24, and we left I drove from my house to Derby. And then from the team, we drove with the trucks down to Barca. Oh, I flew. Sorry, I was an absolute diva. I flew.
Turned left, obviously, as well.
Yeah, turned left at East Midlands and flew. But the other guys, they drove the truck down. But you know what I mean? You're carrying the hopes and dreams of the entire team down to the track, and then you're responsible for that car for like 45 minutes or 90 minutes or 3 hours or whatever it is. 3-hour stints in N24, by the way. 3-hour stints.
Jesus.
Yeah.
How do you prepare for something like that? Like physically, mentally, how do you prepare for stuff like that?
Well, here's an outspoken comment. Here's a hot take. And a lot of people don't like this. This gets me into arguments on the car forums. You don't have to be physically fit to race a car. Most of the people who are huffing and puffing and heaving after 40 minutes in a race car, they are mentally unfit and they do not understand what they are doing, and they are expending too many calories as adrenaline and anxiety and not physically. Physically driving a race car at GT3 level is hard. Not terrible, but is hard. Driving a Formula car is hard. You are talking about your brake pedal, you have to be pushing like 90 to 120 newtons. In the old GT3s, when I drove GT3s, the data logger was showing, I thought I was a hot braker, and I did about 120 Newton meters on the brake pedal, 120 newtons on the brake pedal, not Newton meter, newtons. And the pro driver was doing 145 newtons on the brake pedal because it was non-servo assisted. So you had a 1,200 kilo McLaren with downforce, proper downforce, and slicks like 260s on the front and 310s on the back, 300s. And that's a lot of grip. And you just using your own body to make the mechanical grip. That's hard work. That the GT3s had me huffing and puffing. And in those days, I was doing the Nurburgring bicycle race. I was cycling a lot. I was going to the gym. I was staying really as most in trim that I've ever been was those years, 2014, 2015. And that's physically difficult. However, anybody driving a BMW M3 or a Porsche 911 and talking to me about it being physically strenuous, no, it's not. No, it's not. You are. If you put a data logger on the steering shaft, you are applying 5 to 7 Newton meters of torque to that wheel. That's right. It. 5 to 7. It's like play a computer game at home with a Logitech steering wheel, and that's how much effort you're putting into it. Yes, there's some G-force, 1.4, 1.5, 1.8 sometimes on the Nordschleifer, but your neck gets accustomed to it pretty quickly, and it's not Formula car G-force. Formula car G-force is 3, 4G. That's physically demanding.
Is that what they're taking?
Yeah. You look at Formula One. I think I could probably Google it in 10 seconds. Lateral G-force Formula One. There you go. It's actually suggested search number 2. 6G. Peaking at 6G.
Oh my God.
I wonder which circuit that is. Yeah. So that's, dude, you're driving an F1 car, you better be physically fit. Like mentally, physically, everything. But most people doing track days on cars, if you do a track day on a bike, right, it takes it out of you. It doesn't matter what bike it is. But doing a track day in a brand new 911 or an M4, man, you could be 40 stone and carry that off. So yeah, there's my hot take. How physically fit you need to drive a car? Unless you are driving a real race car at the pinnacle, you can do it and just try not to have a heart attack on the way.
Yeah.
Dude,
I am very aware that is now 3 hours. We've just done the Patreon questions.
Skipped dinner tonight. Yeah.
I think there's 5 questions on Instagram and 1 on Facebook, but 3 hours.
We can power through if you want, but
are you sure?
It's up to you. Yeah, we can do another hour, but I have to go to bed because I've got work in the morning.
Gotcha. Right. Okay. We'll do the last 6 questions quick fire then. How about that?
Yeah, go for it.
Can we just have a quick natural break because the 2 cans of beer have gone through me? Right, lovely.
I'm going to try and get something to eat because I'm starving.
Right. See you in a couple of minutes.
All right, 2 minutes.
There we go. Yeah. Right, welcome back, folks. Right, second part. I'm not going to say second half because there's no way this is going to be a 6-hour podcast. we need to get to sleep. Right, we will head across to Instagram first. So it's at TeapotOne Insta. Again, I'll leave all Dale's links, all his socials, everything like that down below. First one, Real Schwerty. Hi to both. Seeing a picture of him with the Touareg 660, I wonder what he thought of it, especially with the Aprilia reputation of being unreliable at times. Or would he advise something else in this CC range of adventure bikes?
As we talked about earlier, I strongly believe that the mid-range adventure bikes are the sweet spot at the moment. I certainly have no problems doing stupid wheelies on my Touareg or keeping up with guys on sports bikes. It's a mega thing. Specifically about the Touareg, there are a few niggles. There are a few things you should go into with your eyes wide open. Obviously, Aprilia Piaggio in Germany and in Europe, they don't have the best reputation for dealers because the dealerships are generally mom and pop type shops. They're not big multi-brand dealers, and they certainly don't receive the pressure that like Yamaha and BMW dealers receive. Corporate pressure. You have to have the right shirt. That shirt is now dead. You're buying 20 shirts for your guys. You're paying this company to do your furniture and your decoration, and these are your finance deals. Aprilia don't do that to dealers, which means you get a more mom and pop experience, which means the warranty can be a very hit or miss affair. And that's where that comes in, because it is an Italian bike, and you'll never convince me otherwise. There's always going to be a question over reliability. The Aprilia Touareg in particular, I have a 2022 build bike. No, sorry, I have a 21 build year bike, late 21. And I bought it at late 23. So you can see what happened there, right? It's a very early build model. It sat around on the showroom floor. Its list price in Germany was nearly 13,000 euros, and I paid 9 for it. 9. So you can see what's happening there, and that's still happening. In fact, there was a guy on the forum who bought a 22, an early 22 model the other day, and he paid 9 for it. Wow. So there are bargains, but here's the skinny. Water pumps. Often the seal will weep on the water pump in the first 1,000 kilometers. Generally, never a failure. I've not read of any failures, but you will see some water come out the little telltale hole, and it'll carry a bit of surface rust, and it'll come out every now and again. And there's a fix for that, and dealers all know about it. They get to write a little invoice to Aprilia and do a bit of work, and it's a dead easy fix. The one that's not an easy fix and is currently the bane of my life, and is really annoying me, is the forks have the compression shims put in upside down. So the shim stack is the wrong way around on the piston on many, many, many bikes. And
it's not meant to be like that. It's an error.
Just put so when you open the forks, you see the shim stack, which is a load of washers being held into position, so that when the oil pushes, the washers open and the oil can get out. The shim stacks are in upside down, which means that the shims go boing on one side and they kink, and then they're always open. So your compression damping starts to blow open a bit, and this characterizes as a feeling of patter through the bars when you're riding off road. Now, most people, truth be told, obviously don't ride the Touaregs off road. As many people ride the Touaregs off road as ride the GSs off road. I'm sure. So most people don't notice that, but I find it a bit sad that the quality control is so low, especially when you consider that the bike is so freaking good, has such amazing technology in it for the price, absolutely blows the Transalp, in my opinion, blows the Transalp out of the water. I mean, I sold my GS 1250 because I came to the conclusion that the Touareg was going to be a better bike for me. I was going to have more fun on it. And I rode my 1250 like an absolute hooligan. So
I've seen the videos.
The fact that I moved over to the Touareg should tell you that, it's a pretty good bike, and I've still got it, and I have no plans to sell it. I saw the new Touareg Rally, and I was tempted. And then I thought, what if I just put some Öhlins on mine?
If only you knew somebody that worked for Öhlins.
Exactly. So, it's a really great bike. I've not got a bad word to say about it. There are some issues. There are some little annoyances, but the amount of bike that you get for the money and its capability. I did the Tech Montenegro on it this summer. I'll probably try and put a video together of that. It's great. It's a really good bike off road. After I've had proper XR 250s and 400s. I've gone green laning on proper green lane bikes, and I've also green laned my GS. So I am aware that there is no road bike that's a good off road bike, and that there's no off road bike that's a good road bike. However, I do love the middle ground that adventure bikes offer. I'm not under any illusion. 90% of the time, it's the rider muscling it through. And the bigger the bike, the sweatier you're going to be, and the more likely you are to say, fuck this, I'm turning it around. I'm not going through that. But yeah, I absolutely love my Touareg. Would tell anybody who's on the fence to go ride it, see what you think, and make sure you have a good dealer who's a nice guy, nice girl, whoever it is, that will service your bike and will do the warranty claims when you need them. Yeah.
What do you think of this? Concept bike. BMW have just come out with the 450 GS.
What were we saying? 450s, 400s. The world is waking up. In my
450cc is going to be the future. Absolutely.
Definitely, 100%. So this is like, back when we were youth, it was the 33 horsepower law, wasn't it? That kind of shaped what bikes you could buy, and now it's the 48 horsepower. It's the category A2, isn't it? It's called.
Yeah.
And it's a global phenomenon. 48 horsepower is getting written into legislature like all around the world. So it's a really sweet spot for the manufacturers, because as anybody knows who's ridden any kind of distance on a motorbike without their mates trying to beat them in a race, the reality of motorcycle travel is it don't matter if you're doing it on C90 or a Goldwing 1800, you're probably going to have fun. And this whole idea, I literally have people say to me stupid things like, is that Aprilia 660? Is it okay? Is it big enough to like make some distance on? And you think, my brother in Christ, give me a fucking XR125 and I will ride it to Montenegro and back. Like a 660 is going to cruise. I mean, mine is going to cruise control at like 80, 90 miles an hour. What more do you need
exactly
to cover A to B? I mean, people who, I've had ZZR 1400. I've done the cannonball on a ZZR 1400 doing 200 mile an hour, my hair on fire through Europe. You can do that, absolutely. But it doesn't mean that you can't ride something else. 450 BMW, what a great concept. I think, they've seen Triumph's success. They've seen Royal Enfield's success.
Yeah.
They've seen CF Moto release the Ibex, which I think is called the MT450 in Europe. And they're rattled. I think BMW were like, you know what? Who's that guy over there? He's got a desk. What's he drawn? Yeah, that one. Tell him to make it now. He can do it. He can do it. Go do it. And somebody somewhere has made their dream into a reality. I think it looks like a sexy bike.
I think it's gorgeous. I think it's a really good looking machine.
It's a great extension of that 1300 design language, I think.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah,
better
absolutely.
than the 1300 in my opinion. The design language.
Well, we spoke about this right at the start, actually, in that, the biking world is getting older, and the BMW customer base in particular is getting older. And as, the sports bikes generation that found adventure bikes, as they are now starting to push into the 60s, 70s and beyond, they can't muscle big 1250, 1300cc bikes around anymore. And there's this whole new wave of younger bikers that are coming in, and they don't seem to have that fascination with big CC bikes. Like, I don't know. I was late into biking.
It weird.
Well, I was late into biking, and I always it was you got to get up to the 1 litre bikes, because I was a sports bike boy.
Yeah.
So it was like, you got to get to the litre. And then with the adventure bikes, 1200cc, then 1250cc, now KTM's like 1390, and it's like Ducatis and stuff. So they're you can see them pushing and pushing. We'll be at 2 litres at some point.
Yeah, BMW, I believe, have got 1400 patented already. They trademarked it. 1400 GS. Yeah. I don't see it. So it doesn't interest me. It doesn't make me think I'm going to go to finance for that. I'm going to pull out pull the bank account apart for that. None of those bikes make me think that. I look at them and go, 25 grand on a bike. That must be nice.
It's insane, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I've bought my 1300.
Yeah.
But I always buy them on finance. But that's 21.5 grand. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And I do big miles like yourself.
Yeah.
So the depreciation is just, I don't even want to look at it.
I hit 100k on my 1250, and somebody offered me, just over 10 for it, and I was like, if I don't jump off it now, it's going to have 150k on it by the end of next season. And then what am I going to do with it? I'd have to give it away practically. So the fact I got enough money to jump onto the Touareg basically sealed the deal, and I took the money off the guy. who's actually a friend, and he's like, cool, I've got a 1250 GS. I know it's been maintained, and he's actually only doing a few thousand kilometers with it a year. And I just literally took the money and went straight to the Aprilia dealer and said, give me a new one. And that was it. That was my entire thought process. Yeah, small bikes are great. I really like small bikes.
I see again, I'll use that word, the renaissance. I see like a new future in that small CC bikes. That 450cc, sub 500cc in particular, I think is going to be big. Yeah, I really do.
Look at the sales figures for CB500X. Also, like a strong seller here in Europe, CB500X.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
Right, watch the space. Right, next one, Ricardo Bobby, performance bikes legend. Get him talking about the bonkers projects and challenges from back in the glory days of bike mags.
Well, my goodness, they were all awesome, weren't they? Because you think about what made Top Gear popular. Mm-hmm. It was everything, wasn't it? It was the test track, it was the challenges with the Beetle following them, or whatever the bogey car was, following them through the countryside. Nobody wants to get in it. I have bought a Porsche. I've bought this from the free ads. We were doing it all at PB in the 90s. So when I joined PB, this was the thing that I was looking forward to the most, was the projects. I think the best one, the most enjoyable one we did was the Suzuki endurance race, where we all had to buy a Suzuki for less than £1,000 and then endurance race it. And I bought an old smoky, oily GSXR 750. And one of my best mates at the time was Chris over at X Bikes. And we just went to town and made it into a race bike. And as it turned out, the race didn't really turn into anything because everybody else's bike broke down. So I never really got to show how awesome the GSXR 750 was. And we used to do all kinds of weird project bikes. And I remember just as I was joining John Robinson, late great John Robinson, he was building a Big Bang Fireblade. He predicted the YZR M1, basically. He said, this is the way, if you are going to make over 150 horsepower in a 4-cylinder liter bike, you're going to want to start to time the transmission of power in such a fashion that it doesn't overcome the slip of the tire. And, he had a lot of science to back that up. And he took the fact that the CDI system of a Honda has a redundant spark. So that means on the stroke that is the clearing stroke, it sparks anyway. And he said, okay, if we just chop the cams and swap them, then we can have a Big Bang Honda. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. And he made a Big Bang. He was making a Big Bang Honda. I mean, we had budgets back then. We were like selling 50, 60 grand of ads every month. And then there's like 3 blokes in the office saying, what should we do? Let's hire Almeria in 3 vans and take all the bikes down to Almeria for 3 days. I mean, you can't do that now. Even if you've got a really big YouTube channel, you can't do that now.
Where's the money going? Where's the money gone there?
The money's in digital. The money's in digital. I mean, you look at a really big, successful YouTube channel. If you go on the old vidIQ and plug in your big channels, I mean, I don't know about you. I know everybody some people love to talk about it, some people don't. But generally speaking, it's about €1,000 for 1 million views for me before tax. Mm-hmm. €1,000 for 1 million views. Some of these channels are consistently posting. The big channels are posting 60, 70, 80 million views. Not in our niche, because otherwise, you'd be riding the gold-plated R1300 to the moon.
My views are shit.
Exactly. So in our niche, it's not so big, but the money's still there. The money that we were spending on project bikes in the great days of magazines, which, to be honest, were before me. You need to speak to Cy Hargreaves for the real glory days. We were spending big money, but I think the real money now is in the very big brain rot YouTube. And I say brain rot, and I really mean it. I mean, like, fast cuts. Even some of my favorite YouTubers now have resorted to the Mr. Beast style of YouTubing, and I just, no way, man. I'm just going to carry on doing my thing. I'm just going to make my little YouTube videos and be happy with my, when I get one video that's 200,000, I'll be happy with that.
Mate, 200,000.
I'd love to do projects.
Good. Jeez, that's good views. I think the days I don't really watch many bike related YouTube channels, to be honest with you. It's like I like riding bikes, but I'm not into just sitting and watching bikes on YouTube. I like folk like Peter McKinnon and Casey Neistat, like
Yeah.
those sort of channels. iPhone do all those sort of ones, and it's interesting looking at their niche and listen to them talk, because there definitely seems to be a belief now that the ADHD style of editing, that Mr. Beast constantly changing, everyone's hyped up like they're on coke all the time. That seems to be changing, and like a lot of the big channels are now moving back to long form content. They're going to 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 minute long vids, with a much more a slower pace, if you like. Maybe it's just because the demographic is getting a little bit older and more mature. Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know, but a lot of these bigger channels, they seem to be moving away from this bang 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 style of edit. I mean, I use jump cut in mine, but that is I'm still doing 15, 20, 25.
I've seen your videos. That's for efficiency. That's to otherwise you'd be like me. I'd be like uploading a 2.5 hour rambling trip through the Carpathians if I didn't jump cut. Yeah,
absolutely. The reason I was just asking that about the money is because that's been brought up a lot actually with journos and people in the industry and stuff that have come on the podcast. Like, well, there's plenty more money than ever in the industry now, in that people aren't spending $5,000, $10,000 to put an advert in a magazine. So where is the money that the advertising companies were once spending? Because they sure as hell ain't coming to me and going, can we pay to have an advert here? I don't get, there's none of that.
I mean, I've dealt with decent budgets when I was doing the Jag Taxi, for example. I'm aware of how much a manufacturer will spend. I was doing something last week that's NDA'd. I can't say who it is or what it was, but safe to say, they no, it wasn't. It wasn't. No, they dressed me in a tutu and I had a white paintbrush.
Can see you in a lime green bodysuit.
Delete ordinary. No, I was doing something for a different manufacturer that's one of the biggest, and they hired the track, the Nordschleife, for 2 days. Now I don't know what they paid, so I wasn't privy to that, but I have been in negotiations to hire the Nurburgring before, and I'm aware of what it costs per hour. And I would estimate they spent about $100,000 for 2 foggy days and 2 laps.
Jesus Christ.
And it does disappear. The budget is there. The budget that we saw as a magazine doing our crazy shit back then is still there, but most of it goes into Google's pockets. We are grateful for the breadcrumbs we receive as YouTubers, because we have this amazing, very democratic platform where you can upload and people can watch you, and I am very grateful for it. But if you think that we're getting 50% of the revenue, then I've got a bridge to sell you, basically. It's not even close. Just look at ABC's, the ABC Corporation, Google. Just look at their profits. Look at what they're doing. Look at how much money they're spending. Now they have enough money to buy a nuclear power station. They have negotiated a contract to run their own nuclear power station just for their servers. There is a statistic that might be true, it might not be, that ChatGPT is a decent question on ChatGPT, one where it blinks 3 times before it answers, is worth boiling a kettle of water in terms of energy consumption. I don't know if that's true, but I can imagine that it's pretty close. Certainly up in Norway, stuff that I was doing, I'm aware of data centers up there that are purely up there because of the savings in the climate control.
Wow, really? Just because it's cool.
Yeah, because the HVAC cost over 12 months outweighs the fact that you have to ship everybody 2,000 kilometers into the nether to service anything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. So where's the money gone?
Yeah, change. Yeah,
just in different places.
Right. Next one, Heifers. After his EMTB adventures this year, can he? What's EMTB? What's that?
Electric mountain bikes.
Right. Sorry. Right. EMT adventures this year. Can he find out if it's likely that there will be off-road bikes allowed to follow the same trails?
Easy answer. No chance in hell. So just to add some background for people wondering, because this is a question that jumps in halfway through something. I've been riding mountain bikes around the Nurburgring for us. I mean, I was riding mountain bikes as a kid. I love mountain bikes, always have. And the Nurburgring is through a protected area, right? The Nordschleife runs through several green zones that are protected areas for birds, for rare birds.
Really?
Yeah. It's not what you'd expect, right? Off-roading in Central Europe and Western Europe is very different to off-roading in the UK. In the UK, you've got rups, you've got boats, you've got byways, you've got all these amazing features that allow you to drive off-road. You are not allowed to drive off-road in Germany. It is forbidden. You are not allowed to drive off-road in Switzerland. It is forbidden. There are many places in Europe, like Slovakia, completely forbidden. If it's dirt,
really?
You have to stop. Sorry, that's dirt. You got to get back on the tarmac. It's illegal. In Germany, we have something called the 2-meter rule, which says you're allowed to deviate off the byway, which is the road, by 2 meters and no more. The only off-roading that's legal in Germany is if you have access to that land, if you own that land, for example, because it's all Napoleonic, which is a whole other tangent, but it's all Napoleonic land parcels here. So you look at it on a map and it's like little parcels, long oblongs, and everybody owns every bit of it. Every bit of Germany is owned by somebody, pretty much. And if you own a bit in the forest, you can use the forest tracks to get there. If you own a bit in the farmland, you can use the farm tracks, which are actually tarmac roads, but you're not allowed on them, Germany. You can use those tarmac roads to get to your bit of land. But there's no legal off-road in Germany. So going back to the question about e-mountain bikes, I've had e-mountain bikes for a while. I think a lot of people just picked it up because I offered a tour around the Nurburgring. I said, come join me on e-bikes, because a local mountain bike shop bought a fleet of e-mountain bikes. So I was like, normally, if you mountain bike around the Nurburgring, it's a horrific, hard lap. And I did it as training for many years. And you're doing about 600 meters, 2,000 feet of climbing every lap. And it's about, if you're a really good guy, you're talking on the road bike. There's a 24-hour bike race, by the way, on the Nordschleife. They close the track to cars and motorbikes, and we have it exclusive for bicycles for a whole weekend. And they do a 24-hour bicycle race on it. And then you're a fast guy if you're doing 30-minute laps. The Tour de France guys are doing 30-minute laps of the Nordschleife with their own legs. I was doing an hour and nearly died. And the pros are doing 32, 33 minutes. So e-mountain bike tours, I started doing them this summer. Great fun, great way to see the Nurburgring. Will it ever be open to off-roading? Never in a million years, because you would have to change the entire political structure, the entire legal structure and everything. There is zero chance ever of allowing off-road motorbikes around the Nurburgring. Now, ask me a different question, like, do people ride off-road around the Nurburgring? They absolutely do. Have I done it? Go check my socials, and I'm sure a few years ago you'll find quite a few shots of me really in the GS on the dirt next to the track. Yes. Would I do it now? No way. All the city people, they come down from the cities and they're walking along, and they've all got mobile phones now, and they just get your reg plate and boom. You've lost that bike, you've lost your license, you face environmental charges. It's really, really bad. So yes, every weekend, every other weekend, I will see somebody on a dirt bike, generally on foreign plates, presuming that he's the only guy to think of riding around the Nurburgring on his dirt bike on the dirt trails. But if he gets caught, it's big money. You're talking environmental protection areas. It can be €2,000 fine. So you don't want that. You don't want that.
Oh, my God. Wow. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it, folks.
So do the e-mountain bike, because in Germany, an e-mountain bike has the same class. If it's speed limited to 25 Ks, it is the same class as a bicycle. And bicycles it's very positive here on bicycles. That's one of the good things. If it's a footpath, it's also a bike path. That's a fact. Not like England, where the hikers can tell you to get off the footpaths. If you're on a mountain bike, they can tell you to push.
Can they? I didn't know that.
Yeah. You're not allowed to ride bikes on footpaths.
Maybe should have known that, being that I was old Bill, but never mind.
Yeah, you are not old Bill in North Yorkshire or something.
No, exactly. Yeah, wasn't really a consideration in central London. No,
that's more of a rural policing issue.
Yarp, absolutely.
Yarp,
yarp. Next one, Leicester Biker. In respect to tourist sessions at the ring, is there anything that can be done by the rider to make it safer for themselves, but beyond appropriate gear? For example, is it worth trying to be early in the session to minimise the chance of oil spills?
This is a really, really tricky one, right? Really tricky because you've got two competing catastrophe curves that peak in peak danger at both ends of the scale. And somewhere in the middle, they cross over. And I'm not necessarily sure that the crossover point I'm about to describe is actually any safer. Here's your problem. You arrive at the Nurburgring at 4:30. The track's going to open at 5. You picture yourself now. You're in a car park surrounded by Porsche GT3s, shitty old BMWs that are dropping oil out the sump, and a load of people who've been watching videos on YouTube of ham-fisted drivers doing 7 minutes. And they're like, cool, I'm definitely going to do 8 minutes on this lap. Otherwise, I can't post this to Instagram, right? And those guys are all waiting for the track to open. Now, you can have about, probably on any given night, but if it's like a Friday night, you could have 400, 500 cars waiting to go. And on average, I'd say there's between 2 and 5 motorcyclists waiting to go at the same time, right? And the gate goes green. And they say, the Nurburgring Nordschleife is open to traffic. And you've got your lap ticket. You've already bought your lap ticket. You go up to those gates, and there's 3 gates, 1, 2, 3. And they go up and down every 10 seconds. So you're getting 3 cars going every 10 seconds. So every 60 seconds, you've got like 3 times 6, like 30 cars, 18 cars. 18 cars a minute going out. And that is just going. Now, if you've only got like 20, 30 cars waiting in the car park, which could happen if it's a very quiet night or it's raining, then within a minute or two, the traffic's gone. You stood alone in the car park and you've still got 5 or 6 minutes before they finish their lap, at which point you should go out because the chaos is ahead of you. The chaos is behind you, but you are in the bubble.
Gotcha.
But when you got 400, 500 cars, then the more cars that are in front of you, the more chance you have got of hitting their oil. The more cars that are behind you, the more cars you've got the chance of them hitting you from behind and taking you out. And riding on in the traffic on the Nurburgring Nordschleife is horrendous because you have to stay right. It's a 2-lane highway, left side for overtaking, right side for normal driving.
Yeah. And
you're just waving people by. And these people, they come past you and it turns out they don't know which way they're going anyway. They're just overtaking you for the fun of it. And it's really awful. I can only recommend doing the Nurburgring if you go with somebody that already knows, because trying to look ahead of you, look behind you, look at the surface, look at the yellow lights, see if the marshals are waving a flag, do all of that at the same time as trying to ride literally the most difficult to learn full-time race circuit in the world. It's just not even fun for a lot of people. They do one lap, and most people I know, they do one lap and say, well, that was interesting. I've got the sticker.
Yeah.
I'm done. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Live to tell the tale.
Can you do any one thing to even those odds and make it a safer experience? And with discount, where he's already wearing the right gear. The next thing is attitude. Like I said, don't go out there to go fast. Don't think that you want to do 250 kilometers per hour, 150 miles an hour into every straightaway. Ride it like it's a twisty public road. Like the first time you go to the Stelvio and you hear that it's a little bit tricky and you might embarrassingly drop your bike in a hairpin.
Yeah.
Go with that attitude and don't be the guy that's on YouTube. Don't be the guy that's like, that's the guy that drops his bike in the middle of a corner. You just want to cruise around there and have a look. And if you want to go faster, come see us at one of the training days. There's 2 events every year, 2 days per event. So you've got 4 days on track. There's a Dockscholl event, and that's run by the ADAC, which is like the Automobile Club of Deutschland. And there's also the Motorrad event, which goes back to the Motorrad magazine days, and the Motorrad Action Team. And the Motorrad Action Team is another 2-day event. And in those days, it is motorcycles only. It is only with instructors. Instructors have small to medium-sized groups. Like the biggest groups are 6 customers to 1 ride, to 1 instructor, and the smallest groups are one-on-one. You pay more for the one-on-one stuff. And then you don't have to worry about cars, and you have an instructor with you who's literally there just to make sure that you do the smoothest, fastest lap you're capable of. And we have guys doing 7 minutes and 7.5 minutes in those groups. So never feel, because a lot of people like the track, like because I do track days on bikes. I have a lot of track day mates who are like, I'd love to go do the Nurburgring, but I'm not following a fucking instructor. I'm faster than that. It's like, listen, this guy might be 70 years old, but he's got a lap record here. So if you think you're overtaking him just because you're in the fast group and you've got tyre warmers on your GSX-R 1000, you are going to be mistaken. It's not that easy to go that fast in your first lap.
It's funny you say that about, the 70-year-old geezer that's the instructor. I have a mate of mine that is quite high up with one of the IAM groups over here, the Wave Alley, I think they're called, who are quite a big, I think they're one of the biggest in the UK. And he's rapid, he races, he is a fast rider.
And he's a police rider as well.
He was
on top of that, So he's got the whole system, and he's got the ability on the bike. So a lot of the police riders don't have the ability, but they have a good system.
He has the ability as well.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the guys who've got the talent, the ability, and the system.
But he was like, he invited me along to do one of their, they did a day over at Thruxton, like an IAM track day type thing. Well, not a track day.
I've done one of those.
Yeah, so I went over and I was in his group, and there was a chap in this group who was an older chap, and very well to do, spoke very well, and quite a quiet guy. And anyway, so we were riding with him around Thruxton, and this guy was rapid, but he was just effortlessly quick. One of those just effortlessly quick guys. Turns out this bloke he's an ex-racer, and I think he is an instructor when they do the Nurburgring days. So this IAM group would go over and they'll do what you said, 4 or 5 days or whatever it is over at the Nurburgring. And my mate's done a couple of these over there, and he was like, holy shit, you should see how quick this old boy is on the bike. It is just amazing. Stunning how quick the guy is. But it was interesting for me to hear that the IAM were doing these. Like, IAM's got quite a stuffy reputation, really, like Rospa, hello, Nigel, one of them. But they do these tuition days over at the ring, which I'm assuming must tie in with what you just spoke about.
I did the whole IAM thing. I did the Rospa thing as well. It was half of it was necessity, because we had some dark years at PB. We lost several riders in 1 year. And we got a bit smart about it. So I was doing some training that then I could pass on as well. And there is a lot of fun to be had with the IAM and Rospa guys. I'll make no bones about it. If people are looking for me to recommend doing IAM, I would generally say yes for the principle of it, but sometimes the practicality of it is there's some very odd characters there telling you how to ride a bike, and they literally can't ride. They can't ride a bike themselves, and they're literally telling you how to ride a bike.
That's what puts me off. Yeah,
which is super annoying. But if you can separate that wheat from the chaff and find the good guys, you will learn so much from a good Rospa police rider that you will never have to stress your tires to the point of my realization came about mid 2000s when I'd already done some club racing and I already knew how to crash a bike and low side it and high side it. I was fully checked out on all those skills. And I didn't want to particularly do any of that on the road. And I had a mate who I met through the job. Let's just say I met him at the side of the road, and it wasn't a social call. And he kind of took me under his wing and he's like, well, why don't we go do Wales and we'll call it work. I'm like, oh, that's a good idea, isn't it? And then, he was a bit of a knee down merchant. He had his own Fireblade that he wore, that he rode when he wasn't wearing the uniform, obviously. And he opened my eyes to the fact that actually the Rospa system has some very specific parts which you can take out as a road rider, and visibility being key, like racing lines for me do not exist on a road. And I'm a racer. So when people tell me about apexes and racing lines on the road, I'm like, dude, you're literally telling me you know nothing about how fast your bike can go. Because if you think you need to take the racing line to go as fast as the bike can go, you're putting yourself in a box, because most of the time on the road, your limit is not going to be the bike or the tire or the horsepower. Your limit's going to be the visibility. It's just vision. Yeah. You can't go faster than what you can see because shit happens. And people who have never had shit happen to them have clearly not done enough miles because it will happen.
Absolutely. So, you get away with it, don't you? It's not that you're good. You get away with it until you don't one day. Yeah.
You should definitely do it. And how much you take away from it and which bits you take away from it is completely up to you. But I would always say that advanced training is worth it. Yeah. You should never be the guy that says you can't learn something from somebody, because even if you learn that what he's doing is wrong, you've still increased your knowledge of what is right, maybe. So I can't remember what the original question was. It's very late, but what was the original question?
Oh, geez. Hang on. It's back on Instagram. I have a look on Instagram. It was about how to make the Nurburgring as safe as possible.
Yeah, ride it like a road. Ride it like a road. Visibility, mirrors, spatial awareness, and no ego. Ego will kill you on the road, and it'll certainly kill you on the Nurburgring.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm into that. Right, that's Instagram. We've got one more to go on Facebook, and then that is us done. Cheers, Dale. Right, across to Facebook. This question, Steve Mason. Question. Cast your mind back to Cannonball Bike Run 2006 in Croatia. Have you forgiven me yet for the admittedly lowish time credit I gave you for the filming timeout? And do you think that ultimately it cost you the Cannonball Bike Run victory?
Did absolutely. Yes, Steve. Yes, Steve, it did. So Steve is the organizer of the Cannonball Bike Run. And
he's been on the podcast.
Yeah, has he? Okay, brilliant. He'll be the first one to tell you the early days were a bit too wild, right? And I didn't help at all because I brought that entire ego bravado trip that I was riding. I took that into the Cannonball, and it was a full-on race. And like, people ask me, it was that they say things like that can't be real, right? And I'm like, it's as real as you want it to be. Like, I don't want to go to prison. So if you want to tell me you don't believe a word of it, then I'm going to be like, cool. Then don't believe a word of it. Because I'm not sure what the statute of limitations is, but the stuff that we were doing was wild. I was like, going in, I had 20 euro notes, which dates it with the petrol prices, clearly. I had 20 euro notes rolled up in my tank bag, ready to pull one out. And I would just go to a car that was filling up, look for somebody that was filling super or 95, and give him the 20 and point at the tank. Because that was the fast way to refuel. The stupid way to refuel was to go in and get off the bike and fill it up and walk inside and get your wallet out. No, 20 euros a refill, even if it's only 10 or 12 euros of fuel, and give a guy 20 and get him to fill your tank and never get off the bike and then go again. And that was me and ZZR. And the other false economy in Cannonball was lane splitting versus hard shoulder surfing. So the problem with hard shoulders is they're full of shit. Mm-hmm. So if you go down the hard shoulder at 150 miles an hour, just cutting under the trucks, when you slow down, obviously, from like 180, you will get punctures. You will get punctures. Whereas if you lane split down the middle, it's super risky, but you don't get punctures.
Yeah.
It was...
Jesus. Dude, you were maxing the bikes out, basically. Just
man, I had my ZZR, like particularly the bit out of Trieste, a bit out of Vienna, going towards Trieste, going towards Slovenia, and Slovenia itself. You got to remember those motorways into Ljubljana were novel at the time, and we were just. I had a ZZR 1400 with a laser jammer on the front. I had like police confounded. I would literally go past them and they were like looking down. They were still looking down at the reading when I'd already gone through and I was gone.
What's a laser jammer?
Yeah. Sorry, I meant the garage door opener.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's a garage door opener. Yeah, I fitted the garage door opener to the front of my bike. Yeah, man, that was a wild time. Cannonball. Yeah, he did absolutely. He did because he wanted it to be more even. So it was like the hand of God coming in and evening it all. Because man, the finish only figured out my refueling strategy when they saw me do it. Because I was very careful. There was, I think, 2 days in, they were at the same fuel stop as me.
Right.
And I filled up like a normal human being. And I was really annoyed with myself. I was like, damn, I'm going to have to fill up like a normal human now because I can't just do the fucking run and gun because they'll see me doing it and they'll figure out how I'm making this time up. But once the secret was out, they were. I remember distinctly one of them paying for a refuel that was €50 for 2 bikes. And I was like, man, you just fucking, that was like 26, 27 euros for 2 bikes. And he gave her 50 for it. And I'm like, these guys are serious. The Finnish guy crashed on the final corner, right? Coming off to the airport.
No.
Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, the guy who's leading actually crashed his Ducati on the final corner of the final day. Oh. And he was still there, grumpy, with his smashed up Ducati as I came by in 3rd place. I ended up standing next to a church for about 40. That last day was an absolute nightmare because we had one road up a valley, and my memories of it were very clear. I remember very, very clearly the first police car that I lit up on the way through was a Mark 4 or maybe a Mark 5 Golf TDI. It was an Austrian car. So I made it all the way out of Croatia. I got into Slovenia, and then we were in Austria. And in Austria, I triggered 2 guys in uniform, but in a black Mark 5 Golf TDI unmarked car. And I was just going down the middle of traffic on a twisty Alpine road. And I was like, I don't give a shit, right? You guys can't catch me. And I had GPS on the bike, and I looked at the GPS and I was like, I'll look for an alternative route. So I'm like, riding the ZZR 1400 quite quick and doing the little thing, when you like look down and look up and try and remember what you saw. I'm like looking down, looking up, and then going, I don't remember anything going off to any side. So I'm like feeling, you're riding, and I'm like left hand, zoom out, clack clack, because it was an old thing, it's like an oblong. It's got buttons on the side and an aerial that pulls up. Jeez. And I'm like, I don't see anything going off to the sides. What's going on? How do I do this? And I'm like, then I pull over and I'm like, And I think, okay, I'll go up to this church. I know there's a cop car behind me. I think I'm going to pull over. I'm going to have to check the map because this ain't working. And man, I get
in the middle of a police chase.
It wasn't a police chase. I think that's over-egging the pudding a bit because the thing is...
There was no chase.
There's no chase, is there? If you're in a Mark 4 Golf in the middle of traffic and you've got like literally... I remember the Mark 4 Golf, possibly Mark 5. I remember very distinctly he had a camper van ahead of him and there was 2 more camper vans ahead of that camper van. And I just came from behind. And as I went past, I saw a guy like at me. Yeah. And I thought, wow, he had a blue shirt on. And I like look in the mirror, and then I'm like looking in the right mirror as I go round the camper van on a blind bend, just in the middle. I'm just going round the camper van. I look in the mirror and go, it's got blue lights in the grill. It's got blue lights in the grill. And I'm like, well, I ain't stopping for this because what the fuck is he going to do in a fucking Golf Mark 5 with 3 camper vans? The camper vans won't even see him for the next 10 miles. So I'm gone. And I actually kind of forgotten about him. And I'd been on such an adrenaline rush with so much stomach acid and fear for like 3 days that by that point, I was kind of immune to it. So I just kind of like put it out of my mind, rode my bike quite fast, figured I would take a route that wasn't Cannonball route to get to the next checkpoint and do what had worked successfully on all the other previous police chases. And figured it would be the same. But actually what happened was we were in the middle of a valley. There was no way to either of the passes on either side. We were a very long valley, about 40 kilometers long. Jeez. So the police simply radioed ahead and had a roadblock set up. So I came up to a junction, and it was a 4-way junction with priority through the middle for us. And there's just a regular Panda car, Volkswagen, fully painted up police car, just parked in the middle with his blue lights on, and 2 guys kind of just patiently waiting there. And they look up and they see me, and they like come out like goalkeepers off the line and go, whoa, stop. And one of them's got his stoppy stick, the Germanic stoppy stick. Yeah. And I'm like, 2 guys, whole road. Good luck, fellas. And I went straight through it. And at that point, I realized that if I got caught, it was going to be vengeance. It was going to be vengeance. There would be no fucking around. The bike would be gone. I would be gone. It would be bad news. So the next opportunity I took, I saw like a little chapel on a hill. And I thought to myself, as I went past it, I thought, damn, because I only saw it. I went round the corner and I looked up and I kind of caught it. And I went, wow, that's kind of like, is that like behind me to the left? I was like riding. And I was like, that's behind me to the left. And then I came around the corner and I went round the left and I thought to myself, I wonder if there's going to be like a hairpin left here that goes up a junction. And I just imagined in my mind's eye that would be the kind of thing I'd expect to see in the Alps, you know, like a sharp left and it goes up the hill and does a load of S's. And I thought to myself, if I see that, I've not seen it myself. I've not seen it from ahead of time. So that means it must be hidden. And I went round the corner and sure as shit, there's just like this left turn. I'll take it then. So I just went up the single track tarmac road. It turned into dirt about halfway up and I just kind of scrabbled the ZZR up it. And I stood up there and watched blue lights going up and down that road and bikes getting pulled over for like the next hour and a half.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I was like, damn, there goes my lead. The fins went through. But I was like, I'd already done, I changed my top. So I had this whole strategy, which was Velcro number plates in different styles. So I could reverse my number plate.
Oh,
same
you put
numbers.
some thought into this.
Oh, yeah. And I had different, fleece. So I had a red fleece that was lined with black. So I could have no fleece, red fleece, or black.
You should do surveillance, Dale. You should do surveillance.
Yeah. And I could do all that in the side of the road without taking my helmet off. It was a big zip. So I just used. So yeah, long story short, rolled in thinking that I'd lost by a mile, but it turned out I only lost. Still got third place, and I was still like pretty close in the hunt. But I would never do that again. Never in a million years. I'm pretty sure if you subscribe to the theory of multiple realities existing at the same time, and that, you know, every decision you make just puts you on a different reality, I'm pretty sure most of my realities ended somewhere along that trip. And the fact that I'm still here is just proof that I'm somehow immortal. Because God knows it makes no sense at all that I survived that.
And one of those realities,
that anybody does.
Whoa. There's a Dale sat in a gulag somewhere still to this day.
Yeah, Austria just answering diplomatic messages. No, we never saw him, never crossed the border.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Eating fish heads from a bucket.
That's it. I had Steve on a few months ago, actually, and obviously the Cannonball has had to change with the times. So it's nothing like that now, but it's still something that's a bucket list. That's still something I would like to do.
It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. I've got some Cannonballs on my client list for my BTG Moto Tours. Yeah. Which
Dude, that is us. We've done everything. Is it? 4 hours, mate. Thank you very much for giving us your Thursday evening.
34 minutes before midnight.
You're an hour ahead over there, aren't you?
And I have had a mouthful of spaghetti. Yeah, I'm not doing the tours next year. I am going to do a couple because I've got bookings, but I had such a lack of interest, and I was so, and I've took a full-time job now, so I'm working at a friend's company, and he's almost begged me to come and help, and I'm kind of qualified for what he wants. So, and he's a good friend. So I put him off all the way through summer because I said, look, I'm doing my own thing. And then I got to winter and I'm like, man, I'm stony broke. The YouTube money's through the floor. I got the BTG Motor channel up to like a few hundred a month. And I was like, okay, that's, you know, if that pays the mortgage, then I can use this to pay the electricity. And that's how hand to mouth this whole 2 years of BTG Moto has been. It's been very hand to mouth.
It's hard work, man, isn't it? YouTube in particular at the moment is hard work.
So you feel almost victimized. When I had a video that I did the other day and I put it online and it hit 9,900 just before midnight. And I put it on at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I was like, good trajectory. I'll go to bed and I'll see what that's done in the morning. It was like 9,901. 2 weeks later, it's like 9,950. And I'm like, did somebody just turn it off? It's like literally somebody just like booted it off. And, you know, because I run 2 YouTube channels. I've got the bike channel and the car channel. And I just, you know, I had a couple of instances this year where I put a lot of time into editing a good video. Like I did a whole guide to how to ride the Nurburgring. And it just never went anywhere. I did a video there was 45,000 bikes riding the Nurburgring at once. And considering how many Nurburgring videos there are and the viewing figures on them, I was like, that'll be a good video. That'll do well. It took 2 weeks to get to 1,000 views. It took 2 months. Yeah, it took 2 months. Do you know the thumbnail A/B tested?
Mm-hmm.
I've had 2 videos now where it says insufficient data. Insufficient data, and it just sits there. Like other videos, after 300 views, it's like starting to show 30% this thumbnail, 30% that thumbnail. I've had 2 videos where, honest to God, it's just after a week, it's just said insufficient data. There's nothing there, and I'm like, did you turn this off? I've had some massive flops. And
yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same.
I went from because I started the YouTube channel in January. And it was all going quite well with a constant growth every month. And by the time I got to June, it was like going down again.
Yeah.
And by the time I got to September, October, I was just like, I need to do something else. I need to go get a job because I'm not going to be able to pay the bills.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
For me, it's been since about April, May.
Yeah.
April, May, the views have just... again, it was like what you said there. It was almost like someone just went, nah, not anymore. Flick the switch, bang, and everything just fell through the floor. I'm lucky that I've got Patreon on my tours, and that's the sole reason I can survive doing this full time.
Yeah. May the 18th.
Yeah,
May the 18th. I was doing 11,000 views a day. So I obviously started it in January, so it was like 100 views a day. Mm. By the time I got to February, I've been uploading religiously once a week. And I got it all the way up to 14,000 views. And it stayed kind of average all the way through March, April. And then May 22nd, it was down at 11. And the next day, it was at 3,300. Yeah. And then the highest peak after that was 4,000. And it's had a couple of peaks since then. But I just had to, and at that point, I was like, this is not offering me a return on my money or my time. Mm-hmm. I'm spending more money in diesel going to pick up the bike than I am making on the video.
Yeah.
And I had some other financial stuff, and I'm like, I need to feed the kids. Yeah. I need to pay the mortgage. And I realized that I need to do some more freelance work to pick up the slack, and then start doing freelance work. And before you know it, I'm like in an office, like 8 till 9 at night. And then I'm doing tourist fart stuff, which is like really odd hours. It's like Saturdays and Sundays taken up as well. And then I was like, I just hit this point in, I think it was July, where I stopped uploading every week. But the will to live had already died in May. So it's 2 months of persisting. And then I just didn't see the return. And I just went to periodic uploads. So I think I still did 5 videos in August and 5 videos in September. Mm-hmm. But they were all like, the worst one was my last one, where I just gave up after that. It is, to this day, it is on 1.2 thousand views. And it's
crazy.
And it represents about 2 days of editing. Sorry, I'm just moaning now, aren't I? I'm just moaning.
It's hard work, mate. It is really hard work. Crikey.
Yeah.
You know. So, if people want to watch, if people want to watch the
I've got
channels,
more stuff I'm going to be doing. I've got a lot of material. I went to Peru. I've got all my Peru stuff. I've got to tell the tale of that. I've got to tell the tale of Corsica. Went to Montenegro twice on 2 different tours. And it's funny because I went into this year thinking this is going to be the big year. This is going to be the year that takes it full time. And I've come out the other end taking a job. Hence, still in my uniform from today.
But then, like, this is life, isn't it? And to the same extent, there's nothing to say that this is the trajectory that you're going to be on now forever. No. And that, okay, you do this you do this over the winter maybe, and who knows, next year, the year after.
Yeah,
something.
I've still got some trips planned for next year, and I've got a good deal with my boss. My boss, if we mutually agree, I can take holiday without pay above and beyond the holiday that I have. I've already squeezed in 2 tours into next year's holidays, so yeah, I'm not stopping. It's just it can't consume my life when I'm going broke to do it. Yeah. Because if I didn't have the kids, it'd be great. I'd go broke. I don't care. I love it. But, I've got the kids now, so I do need to get them.
Like family responsibilities, they come first, don't they?
Exactly, yeah. So, I'm looking forward to stuff to do next year, and I'm going to go some fun places, I'm sure. But I'm certainly not advertising BTG. I'm not spending a penny on advertising it. I'm just going to just going to probably just put a placeholder on the web page and say, look, this is what I did. It might happen in the future. Subscribe to my email newsletter, and I'll let you know when I'm doing tours again. But for now, it's going to be editing on Saturday nights and Sunday nights, and working at the job Monday to Friday. Yeah. Anyway, so I digress.
If somebody does want to get in touch with you for whatever reason, what's the best way for them to do that?
Hit me up on socials. BTG Moto for the bikes, BTG Dale for the cars. And I'm still here at the Nurburgring. I'm still going to do my little mountain bike tours next year for a bit of fun. You can basically, it's €150 per person. You get an e-mountain bike, and you come with me on a lap around the Nurburgring. Because if you do it in a normal mountain bike, you'll be breathing through your arsehole. It's but the e-mountain bike is a lot easier. Even a fat boy like me can do a lap on the e-mountain bike, and that's a great way to see the track. You really appreciate how far up and down each section is, because you see the mountain at Cadwell Park, and we got 20.8 kilometers of that. So it's really good to see it from the side of the track. Yeah. And there's a couple of BTG Moto tours planned, so keep your eyes on socials for that. But it will be very, very, very limited. I mean, I've got one tour that's fully booked and one tour that's kind of just a concept at the moment. It's the going coast to coast. I've got a couple of good customers that want to do it, and I've got a new customer who wants to do it. So we're just trying to squeeze that in September somewhere, I think.
Gotcha. Well, I'll leave all those links down below, folks. So if you listen to the podcast, have a look at the show notes. If you're watching the YouTube vid, have a look at the description, and the links will be there. Dale, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate. Thank you so much for giving me your evening. It's been all my pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting me and chatting. It's been great fun chatting to you, hearing your stories, man.
Remember me to Janie. I loved Janie the first time I met her. Thought she was
lovely person, isn't she? Wow.
Yeah, super warm, and she was a breath of fresh air. Because back those days, it was every hand on deck, and it was very dog eat dog world in journalism back then. We were all on sinking ships trying to survive. Anyway. I love her attitude at life. She says about ringing it out. She just makes the most of any situation that comes our way. Brilliant. Yeah. Love it. Right. Okay. It's been an absolute pleasure, mate. Folks, hope you've enjoyed this one. Keep doing your thing. Look after those that you love. Get on out there whenever you can. But most importantly, live your life. Woo-ha!